Alright, howdy everybody. We are back with Far Cry 5. After playing Overwatch 2 yesterday, I've reacquainted myself with the fact that I'm just still not comfortable streaming games like those, but this I can do this. But anywho, we're back in Falls End right after we liberated it, and we've got a couple of missions we can pick up, a couple of outposts we can take out, and a couple of people we can recruit. So I think we'll stick with the missions first, and then we'll pick up. Actually, let's pick up a second character, and maybe see if we can build up our arsenal a bit, and then do some more missions. I think that would be ideal, because there's a we can pick up Nick or Miss Campbell, Gracie, and if we like, Grace is a sniper, who's useful sometimes, but to be totally honest, something about her AI is a little fucked, and she usually ends up just running up to people and trying to shoot them with her like SMG, which just isn't very effective, especially since like she's kind of fragile. So sometimes she's useful, sometimes she isn't. You kind of have to position her manually in order for her to be useful, I think. Nick is also useful, but he's not always in a position to do something to help you. Oh, there's an outpost on the way. Let's take it out. That is music. Hang on. Okay, it's off. There we go. I need to remember to do that. It's rough. I'm telling you, it's rough. That's awkward. We've got a mountain convoy coming. Well, we'll just avoid that for right now. I've got the hat back on because we're trying to do a cowboy run in this game. Cowboys with bows. That's how it works. Red Dead taught me that. That makes sense. To give a hunting bow to a cowboy. That's enough excuse for me. I do really appreciate that Boomer auto marks people. Sometimes he'll get them like through walls and such, which makes it a lot easier to scout around. So this is this is a scrap yard, right? U.S. auto, okay. One of the funny things about America is that I think in more rural areas they'll just put like U.S. or America just on whatever, like just to make you feel like it's like this is an American business run by good, warm-hearted American people. And then you'll find it's like, oh yeah, how many American tire stores are there in this city alone? And then there's like 5 or 6 of them. They're not even like related. It's not a chain or anything. Like they're all just multiple separate people. We're like, yeah, this is an American store. We're gonna call it an American store.
The guy who ran the place is nuts, but he really knows his cars.
Cause like I'm sure you guys know how America is. It's just all about loving the country. Just one of those aspects of America that's just like it's very fun when it's not like weird. Like I don't think there's anything wrong with loving your country, just as long as you aren't being like really negative about it. Can't wait for that guy to turn around, I think, so he doesn't see me like shank this guy. Well, not shank. We're American dudes with our fists, so I guess I'd be snapping this man's neck. Or yeah, I could do that. That works too. One funny thing is that there's like the music that they play at the outpost is actually different depending on which region you're in, because or at least I think it is, because like John's got like the cult's got a bunch of different songs depending on what like who's in charge of the area. So like John's got one, Jacob's got one. I don't know if Faith has one, but they do have one that like is specifically about the bliss. So I think that might as well be Faith's little theme. Which is a cool idea that like each of the bosses kind of have their own like motif. But like John's is all about how like, you know, he's gonna make you confess, and then he'll get you to He'll get you to he'll get you to admit to your sins and then like cleanse you. Whereas like Jacob's is more about how he's going to like there's a bunch of sinners about and he's gonna hunt them down and make them pay. Jacob's gonna come and set those sinners free. I think is how it works. We need to take this person out too. I think if this guy dies right here, no one's gonna find his body because it's behind that little waist-high fencing, which is my favorite kind of fencing. There we go. That guy almost got alerted. I want to see if I can get this undetected so I can get a little extra cash. Need it for guns. Cash for weapons. Yeah, John's going a little nuts. As you can see, disabling an alarm is even less convenient in this game than it was in Far Cry 4. Guys, on the other side of a wall.
The Father tells us that God will salt this earth.
I'm not the best at stealth, but I do have to admit I can see why some people get really like into it, just because it's like the feeling of like having a plan and then executing it perfectly just feels great in games like these. Nice. Undetected. Yeah. Glad we managed to pull one off. Oh yeah, $1,000 extra. You know, that money just simply would not have appeared if I had been detected, as you know.
Sin is pervasive. It drives us to do
Here's John.
Not good. I know the feelings that drive you. I know them intimately. But I can help you.
One thing that bothers me about the whole radio thing they do here is that it's clear that they thought that like pagan men talking to Ajay in Far Cry 4 was like some really cool shit. And then when they brought it into this game, they just kind of I don't think the cult leaders in Far Cry 4 have the same personality pagan men did. Very helpful, Dutch. Thank you. Yeah, you've been marked. So this if you've heard me complain about games before, complain about this game in particular before. Basically, what happens is that every once in a while they will mark you, which means that they are going to come get you. There is nothing you can do about that. They just run over and grab you. Okay, we can afford the 4570. I don't think. Can we get the extra weapon yet? Okay, we can. Very cool. So now, if we go into the shop, we'll buy a rifle. It's classic 45 lever action rifle. There we go. And then once we've got a little bit more money, we can get the cowboy country skin. So yeah, we've now got this bad boy, who I am not going to be modifying, I think, all that much. But anyway, I've been marked, which means at some point I'm gonna get kidnapped, and there's not really anything I can do about it. I'm going to... It's just gonna happen. It's just gonna happen. And where? Head where? There should be... Oh, right, the... Oh, no, wait, that's for platinum. Yeah, I need a bit more money if I'm gonna set up my outfit, too. I need dollars. This really does take place in America. Let's see. The thing that bothers me about it is that the game's just like, yeah, they'll come get you at some point, but, like, it's really vague. And sometimes they'll send people after you right away, sometimes they'll wait a little while, and that's really annoying because sometimes they'll grab you in the middle of a mission, which I honestly think is probably one of the stupidest game design decisions I've ever fucking seen. I guess we'll go hang out with Grace and then see if John grabs me after that. Like, I get it, it's a little weird and maybe not as immersive when the story just kind of waits for you to continue doing a mission, but I feel like the story coming in to interrupt you is even worse. Because, like, in the end, it's a video game. Oops. Someone's got a... Oh yeah, capture party incoming. Oh, this is funny. Can I get this hint real quick? Oh yeah, I've been shot by something. I think they hit me through a wall. Yeah, so this is what happens. They hit you with one fucking bliss bullet, which I assume is a bullet coated in bliss or something, which I don't think that's how this works, but whatever. And yeah, so now I've been completely knocked out. And then they tie you up, and then they carry you off, and then John captures you, and then you're completely helpless. The one with the mullet. Oh, he's worthy. He's just as fucking dirty and grungy as the rest of you.
The cleansing begins tonight.
From what I heard, forcefully baptizing people is just a really bad call. Because, like, some people might freak the fuck out because reasonably they've had a bad experience with water. Some people might think you're, some people might, like, just kind of... There's just a lot of reasons why it doesn't go well. Especially if you're doing it with, like, a baby. You can kill a kid. I shouldn't laugh about that. It's pretty bad.
And walk through his gates unto Eden.
Yeah, you see that barrel up there? That's bliss oil that they're dumping into the water because nothing says peace and love like dumping drugs into people's water supply and then drowning them in it.
This one's not clean.
Oh, and John arbitrarily decides you're not baptized enough because he thinks he's the arbiter of all. Look, if it sounds like I really just hate these, I really hate the antagonists in this game.
You mock the cleansing, John.
Yeah, there you go.
No, Joseph.
You have to love them, John.
Yeah, that's what Joseph's all about. Love, right? He was really loving when he poked that guy's eyes out with his thumbs. Kind of goofy that they make it seem like you're flying over to Joseph.
Despite all that you have done, you are not beyond salvation. You're not here by accident or by chance. You are here by the grace of God. You've been given a gift. Now it remains to be seen whether you choose to embrace it or to cast it aside.
So they never expand on this. They say that you've been given a gift, and like for some reason Joseph's interested in you in particular. There is no explanation for that, especially since the deputy's a complete blank slate that doesn't have a backstory or personality.
Or the gates of Eden shall be shut to you, John.
Yes, Joseph.
This is also like, I'm pretty sure this is like the only time that you actually see Joseph interact with one of the Seed siblings. Jacob's pretty much operating entirely on his own, and Faith is floating around in magic drug lands, so this is the only real time you see him interact with them.
He will confess everything.
sin you've ever committed, no matter how petty, no matter how small, I will pull from you. Then we'll see if you're worthy of atonement.
And then they carry you off. So yeah, I hope you guys are excited to see me get captured, because this is gonna happen. This is gonna happen like at least 6 more times, I think.
If we just confess.
Does that number seem a little silly to you? Like 6 more times? But no, I'm the cool protagonist. I always win.
Because confession without pain isn't confession. You scream out your sin.
And the character, all the characters are completely cool with killing you right up until the story's about to happen. It's stupid.
Fucking Peggies.
It's a shame because the cutscenes are actually good. Like scenes like this are actually quite like it shows that they had an aesthetic they're trying to bring through at least. I don't know.
Show them no mercy. Stay with me. Didn't go through all this trouble just to lose you now.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Preacher Man. Like I said, I don't mind. I think John's chunk of the game is actually really nice, especially since, like, you know, you get saved by the people that are backing you up. That guy's dead. You get saved by the people who are like backing by like the people you've been helping. So it does kind of give you that sense of like, you know, we're Americans. We're here to help each other. You know, it's like it does feel like a resistance up here. It also helps it feel a little bit less like you're like just kind of operating alone. Oh my god. So the 4570, but these guys generally kills them in one shot, which makes sense because it's like a slower gun that's competing with like full auto rifles. Although sometimes things don't hit when they should. Okay, cool. I think we're clear. Finish these guys off. There we go. Alright, what are we actually doing? We're saving everyone else, right? That's what the plan is? You got a plan for me? Okay, there we go. That's another thing that's weird about this game. You when you talk to characters, you have to wait for them to finish the animation where they're like alerted.
They got Merle too. Time's wasting. Grab what you can and go save them. I'll call in some of our people. We're gonna need them if we're gonna pull this off. God don't want to see you.
We gotta get him! We can't leave Merle taking moves!
Also, like I said, so 4570 uses a rifle. I'm not sure if I mentioned this on stream. 4570 uses rifle bullets. So even though it uses like the bullets that it's named after, the like these really big, fat, like long bullet, like 4570 caliber bullets, this game treats them as basically the same as 5.56, which is what the assault rifles and such use. And since like the vast majority of the guys you fight use assault rifles, you can just pick up ammo from everyone. So you'll never run out of bullets. That's not a problem. Ouch. That's not really a problem with this gun. Yeah, so they got a mortar with Merv rounds or some shit up there, which is kind of wild. I don't think those are legal, but, you know, maybe people in Montana are freaks and they've just got access to that sort of thing. maybe a military caravan or something got a little lost. We'll just run up this exposed bridge. That seems smart. Alright, consider this mortar emplacement liberated. It belongs to this. It belongs to my country now.
Deputy, we've sent in a chopper to pick you up, so just hold your ground until it gets there.
Alright, now we need to survive. Luckily, we've got a mortar emplacement, which isn't a cowboy gun, but I'm gonna use it anyway because I think it's fun. Where's the rest of them? Wiped out a fat chunk. Where are you guys? There's a couple. Have fun. Catch. It's like a football. You just gotta catch it with your mouth. That guy's still alive. Tough customer. Is that gonna get him? Ooh, almost. Smart. He's fast. He's running away. How about this one? Oh, he's coming back? He's coming back? Is he on? No, he didn't make it. Very sad. I think a guy's about to come up around me. Yeah, come up here. Oop, there he goes. Right now this thing only holds 4 bullets. You can get an extended tube for it. Oh, it also shoots through people, I think. Yes, it does. You can get an extended tube for it that gives it like 6 rounds, which is much better. And it's absolutely necessary if you're going to be fighting the Chosen with this thing. It's really funny seeing them do that. Two, 3, 4. Okay, we should probably leave. I think the cult's just gonna keep spawning people if we don't go, so we'll just grapple up here. Oop, gotta re-grapple, there we go. Up we come. I think the idea is that if you didn't have the grapple, you'd have to like wait for the helicopter to come all the way down, which I think it's a fun little feature that I think it's a fun little idea that like if you got that ability unlocked, then you can like it modifies a little bit how you interact with the mission. Alright. Alright, I don't think I'm gonna hit any more of those guys. But yeah, that's a little taste of the 4570. It's basically a 44 Magnum with more range, is how I'd like to interpret it. So, you know, if you're at a distance, use the 45. If you're a little bit close, use the 44. Oh yeah, there's that big fucking garish yes thing. I think we can go up there and blow that shit up, which I think I'm gonna do at some point. If I can just completely destroy like any evidence that the cult is here, that'd be pleasant. Restore Montana to her proper glory. Also, I've never been to Montana, so as far as I'm concerned, this game's just 100% factual. So yeah, that mission we just did, that's kind of a taste of what it's essentially going to be like for any other instance of this. Hey, you stupid cultist fucks! You'll never get into my bunker. It's impregnable. I built it myself. But even if you do, you'll never get back out again. Anywho, if you actually do this real quick. If all the other main story progression missions in this game are going to be like that, where like the character that you're fighting against is just going to say, "Oh hey, I'm gonna go grab you real quick," and then they grab you real quick, and then they kidnap you, they monologue at you for a little while, and then you leave. Essentially, you get rescued, or you just kind of get released, or something like that, and then you're fine. How did I hit this thing? I thought I hit this thing in the fucking... It's an alpha deer. I don't think that works. I don't think that makes sense. I'm not... I don't think that's how deer work. Hey, someone had a bad time in here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This guy went down proudly. He took a cultist guy out before he probably bled out. It's a shame. He had a nice place. Had some pickles.
What if I told you you could be free from sin? What if I told you that...
Fucking John. I hate that man. But yeah, I'm of the opinion that it kind of fucks with the the reasonability of the game. No, that's the wrong word. It's like there's a suspension of disbelief that everyone has. This is a lot of pickled like stuff. What is that? Pickled radishes, pickles, so cucumbers, and those are apples. A lot of stuff. This guy's ready. A lot of vinegar. But Les, baby, I don't know what those idiots from Hillgard Electric were so uptight about. You don't need a degree in electrical engineering or anything else. You and me built this bunker with our bare hands. Safety hazard my entire ass. Didn't I get a smoke detector and a sprinkler system for Bread's place last month? We're gonna be fine down here. Oh dear. This place needs power. Is there like an obvious... There's an obvious cable because this guy doesn't believe in electrical engineering degrees. So he naturally didn't, this isn't the cleanest job, but whatever. At least it's easy to follow. What are we doing over here? Got loot. We've got prickly lettuce. Hell yeah. Need my vegetables. Is that it? I don't think that's supposed to happen. Oh dear. Okay, I think we've got a problem. I think we've got a small problem. I don't think this is supposed to happen. Get out of here, bro. Do I have to go back down there? Hold a moment. Got the sprinklers on, so we're fine here. Stash is over this way. I don't think I can go in there. That's just pure fire. That is also pure fire. Fine. I'm fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Oh, that's where I'm supposed to go. Sorry, I'm very bad at navigating without a map. I just forgot. I don't know why these people keep these gigantic fucking stores of money down here. Are they expecting the government to just kind of like recorrect itself after the collapse? Is that it? And then they're like, oh yeah, the American dollar will be fine. Oh, he had a little miniature fire. Isn't this a little close to be firing at metal? Whatever. Like, don't bolts ricochet off of these things sometimes? I don't know. Yeah, the prepper statues are nice. They're essentially like little puzzles that lead to treasure chests. Is how I interpret it in my brain. You get money. You also get perk points, which is very useful because like some like challenges are you'll get a ton of them just on accident, like back and forth. But the problem is that they keep escalating, and then some of them get locked out. Like I'm no longer going to complete any challenges from rescuing civilians. I'm no longer going to get like challenges from getting kills because I've already killed 113 people, or like with any of these guns. So instead, it's going to be like I have to mix it up in order to get more perk points. And so as you get like into like the later bits of the game, you've already done all the challenges that naturally would have happened with your playstyle. So then it gets harder to get perk points. I got the health boost. I forgot to check where the carry more melee weapons thing is. I think it's this. No, that's not it. They're just more sturdy with this one. It's not this one. Less noise when walking, sneaky sprint, master blaster. Master blaster's nice. Nimble fingers let you interact with things without having to blow them up. Heavy ammo weapons collector. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, yeah, it's just one. It's just one? That's it? Okay. Sure. Okay, we can now carry more melee weapons. That's where it is. So handgun ammo, melee weapons, which is good. And then we'll get the repair torch. Fisher King? Hell yeah, I'll do that. And then we'll after that we'll now that we're a fantastic fisherman and we've got more melee weapons, I think I need to go acquire a shovel. Professor Jerome. Oh, that guy's wild. We need to go get like we'll go get some more. We'll refresh our stock of melee weapons, and then we'll go. So we'll go see if I can buy anything new. Maybe some clothes. This is not where I wanted to go.
You all right? I heard about what happened.
I'm just a little drugged. We're cool.
Jerome, huh? You did good freeing those folks from John's cleansing. And he won't be too happy about it, but frankly, he can go fuck himself.
Yeah, I don't think John was happy before he tried to cleanse me, so I don't really care what he thinks.
That got hairier than a duck. The cult forced Holland to close down his garbage disposal. The place is just sitting there abandoned. So we stashed some supplies inside of it. If you can find your way in, help yourself.
Nice. Yeah, you keep hearing about all these preppers that spend all this time setting up these bunkers in like buttfuck nowhere to prepare for, you know, the end of days, and then they just left. And like when shit started to go down, they just left. How much does a 1887 cost? 7,200? Yeah, that's gonna be a while. However, we can customize this bad boy with the old cowboy country skin. That's what I'm all about. Might get a red dot for it at some point, but I don't really think it needs it. Oh yeah, the extended magazine. That's nice. Reflex sight is 810. That's expensive. Wait, how much is a cowboy hat? $900. That is a very expensive hat. Alright. I now have 6 bullets. That's luxury. Okay. We are now headed. Okay, we should probably. I think we're finally. We need to head to the fucking church. I want a second person to help me with gunfights. The thing I find funny about the hey, out of my country. Anywho, there's the thing I find funny about some of the companions in this game is that since like sometimes they're absolutely fucking busted and sometimes they're an actual liability. Like if they're not good, that's fine because it's not like they can hinder you too much. But some of them, like Sharky and Herc, because they have weapons that have an extremely high like destruction potential. Because Sharky uses a flamethrower and Herc uses a rocket launcher. So because they because them being stupid has much more drastic consequences than than anyone else. Yo, that's me. They got me. They got that picture of me standing in the void. How'd they do that? But Sharky will start fires and then maybe make the battlefield a little more inconvenient for you, whereas Herc will blow you up. He will explode you if he gets the opportunity to, and he doesn't think, and the man never thinks, so it's going to happen. Never trust a man that doesn't clean his ass and also carries a rocket launcher or a flamethrower for that matter. Guy chose him. He's got the trench coat. Oh, whatever.
I get out of this, I'm so... Thanks. They got the jump on me.
How you doing,
I
ma'am?
don't know what's going on at Lamb of God Church. I just know
She's got the strapless top, ready for battle.
It's gotta be Grace.
Okay, I already knew where Grace was. Get something a little speedier than a truck. This car's got a really nice, a really interesting interior, considering that the outside was looking as like weird and generic and musty as it was. Someone fucking, this is custom, right? Isn't that something you have to like get done, like special? I don't know much about cars. Or car customization for that matter. I've got a very the cars I've driven are very boring. Hear that? 762 being judiciously delivered as ordained by the Second Amendment. God bless. Oh, they're both just at the base of the tower, just pointing up at her with their fucking little pistols. One, two, three, four. Yeah, there's actually bullets actually travel in this game, so you have to aim ahead of people a bit when they're running. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you want to know what Grace's personality is like, she's just kind of like you might already know what like generic sniper characters in video games are like. They just kind of count their shots and go boom when they kill someone once in a while. Very quiet, mildly sociopathic. You know how it is.
You must like trouble.
Yes, I do.
I got word someone was out making life miserable for the cult. You got good timing. See those graves down there?
You can tell Grace is American because she's got an American flag around her neck and she's got a red, white, and blue paint job on her gun.
Demoralize us. Get us to break so we'll roll over. Not on my fucking watch. Ain't nobody gonna touch my pop's grave while I'm still breathing. I'm a good shot, but I need someone to watch my back. They'll be here any second.
Alright. Grace under fire, you get it? It's like a pun.
Check southeast.
Southeast, that's this direction. That's a lot of dudes they just dropped off. You gonna get him? There he goes. Five, 6.
You're doing good.
I wonder if she'd still say you're doing good, even if I was whiffing all my shots, and I'm just like, thanks. Is that a baseball bat? Let me add that to my collection. I forgot to buy a shovel. Oh well. There's a specific shovel I want to get because it's on the thumbnail for the VODs I've got. Or these guys with less important graves won't mind if I shoot through them in order to get to a cult guy, right? Like, that's fine. That's not hypocritical. Oh. I'm glad I'm playing this game on normal. This game's just annoying on hard. Like I'd have to find cover and not just sit on like on the roof of this church and shoot dudes. Also, Boomer would have been down like 4 times already.
We can do this, deputy. More coming from the southeast.
I wasn't aware that there's a sound in this game for when like your body armor breaks. I think that's what I just heard. Oh, kink. Like I guess it's your plate breaking or something like that. I can't hit that sniper dude over there. That's a flamethrower. Hang on, I need to get down there. Okay, landed on my ass, but we're fine. Kind of weird because most of the religious groups I'm aware of in the U.S. are actually very pro-army, so it's interesting that these guys are actually anti-war, and that's why they're trying to blow up these mausoleums. Ooh, that's a flamethrower. We'll just bandage up those burns real quick. I think that is literally what you're supposed to do if you get pretty bad burns. You're supposed to bandage them up. I have no idea what else to talk to, so this is what my conversation topics are. I'm just mumbling into a microphone and shooting dudes. That's what all this is. That guy's mask is very fucking tough, given how much magnum it's just taking. Is any of this hitting? Oh my god. Fucking, it's a punch. You ain't killing shit. Get back here. Crunch. Yeah, but I do think it's kind of funny, but I do like how the 4570 in this game is uses rifle bullets, because usually it's sniper rifle bullets and those are kind of hard to get a hold of.
I owe you. Not a lot of people would have stuck their neck out like
Excuse me.
It means a lot to me. My pops always said, as long as we keep
I just let out like a gnarly burp away from the microphone.
Look out for one another. Cult will never break us. I ain't about to get all sappy and shit, but if you ever need help...
No, please, Grace, I need some character depth from you. Please get sappy. I desire it deeply. Unfortunately, so Grace is now a specialist. Unfortunately, you cannot pet your specialist like you pet the dog.
I see you met Grace. I've known her since she was a kid. Honest, tough. Every bit the soldier her daddy was. Probably 10 times the shock, too. She'll watch your back when the shit hits the fan.
I mean, it makes sense. One thing, hang on. There's one thing I thought was really neat, because like the bullets, when your character loads it from here, they don't look very big, right? But if you shoot a couple and then you take cover, so like when your gun's held up like this, there's actually a different reload animation. And then you can see like, look, that's how long the bullets are. They're fucking beefy, I'll have you know. If I got hit, if I got hit with one of those, I'd expect to die. All right, we're going to Ryan's Son's Aviation. I want to meet Plane Man. He's a good boy, and I respect him. Nick Rye's kind of one of the poster children of this part of like Far Cry 5. I get like Far Cry 5 in New Vegas. He gets some. They get some use out of him. Did I say New Vegas? I meant New Dawn. Hey there, buddy. Nice backpack. It's mine now.
Seed has a goddamn Air Force parked at his ranch. I'm telling you, the man's gonna kill us all. Or make us wish we were dead. Somebody needs to do something.
Like we're just casually conversing while this guy's looting a corpse. I mean, I guess I can't pretend I'm any better. We've got 6 perk points. Health boost, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I can get the second one at some point, too. Roster, we're going to grab... Oh, I can only have one right now. Okay. Well, I want to keep Boomer, because he's my favorite boy. And then I think, we should get the... There's an ability that lets you get a second person. Leadership. You need a third specialist. So once we hire Nick, we unlock the ability to get that perk that lets us grab a second person. There's one person I want to get when I move up to Jacob's area. Her name's Jess. Her name's Jess Black, which I think is a product of her. I assume she listens to a lot of emo rock, got a little bit too into like the whole being edgy, and then actually started killing people, and then ended up surprisingly competent with a bow, which is why she is the way she is. And that's a cultist just on a tractor. That's funny. That's the convoy up ahead. I've got dynamite. Do I have a pipe bomb? I do. I'm out of medkits. I'm not sure if I killed all of them. Are they gone? Did it work? These shots are not hitting. There we go. I think this guy with the coats, it shows... I guess they still die in one shot, never mind. I think at some range they could take multiple 45-70s, but I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just remembering wrong. Maybe I just want to complain, because that's just how I am with this game. Boomer took a rocket launcher to the face. Get up, buddy. I ask way too much of this dog. This guy's a heavy. Which means I need something else to deal with him. Molotov? Boomer, duck. He's gonna be on fire. Is that gonna kill him? He looks like he's in trouble. Oh yeah, there he goes. Oh, by the way, if you play this game and you want to play on easy mode, pick up an M60 or something. The LMGs in this game are just stupid. They're just better because they reload nearly as fast as the assault rifles, and they can take out planes. I don't know why, they just can. Like I think I said earlier when I was using the 50 cal, like the mounted machine gun, I think I joked that the planes were made out of plywood. I think they legit kind of are. Like they're like Battlefield 1 planes. You can just shoot them down. They're made out of paper and dreams. Ooh, you're in a little bit of trouble there, Nick. I should have stocked up on medkits before doing this. Oh well. Where is the enemy? Bring me to them. Yeah, Boomer could take out an enemy, but only if they're weakened. He could delay someone and get the heat off of you a bit, but he's definitely not. He's more of a scout animal than like a killer. The mountain lion and the bear much better at murdering people. The cougar like can get people if she gets at him from like the back or something, but Cheeseburger, like the bear, he's not stealthy at all, obviously, but he definitely kills people. I think we're fine. It's pretty quiet right now. Hey, me too, buddy. No, I did not.
That was our only chance of getting out. I'd go myself, but my wife's pregnant and due any second, and I just don't know what I'm supposed to do. I mean, without that plane, we're fucked.
We're fucked.
My family needs your help. I'm sorry. I don't like getting emotional. Name's Nick, by the way. Look, if I know the cult, they've taken my plane to John Seed's range. It's got the only other airstrip big enough to land the thing. I know it's a lot to ask, but I'm desperate, partner.
Yeah, so this is another mission that requests that you you deal with like an outpost. So this time, you know, we found out about John Seed's ranch and how it's kind of like a little like an air base essentially, and now we're gonna be heading over there to grab it. To grab Nick's plane from it. One thing that's really funny is that they made 50 cal a separate ammo type in this game. They made it a lot harder to get your hands on it. Like, you can only pick up, I think, like a couple bullets at a time, because just having it be regular rifle ammo or sniper rifle ammo, I think, was just simply, it was too much, apparently. Hang on. The people need my help. Alright, thank goodness I could revive you. That looked pretty bad. Hang on. Wait, no, tell me about the thing.
Their bunker so close to the water. Damn thing keeps flooding. That gear's no good if you can't get to it.
Alright. You know, I was gonna buy something from that person, but I guess they could just take my truck and leave, I guess. Unless they crash. Alright, you're mine, buddy. Give me your stuff. No, don't run away. No! I need med kits! Get back here! Ugh! Okay. The skin of a wolf. If you listen closely, you can still hear its howling on a sweater somewhere. Whenever I see wolves nowadays, they just remind me of that that meme image where it's just like, inside of you there are two wolves. One is gay. The other is gay. You're gay. Ammo? We don't really need ammo, but I do want body armor and medkits. I don't have enough money, I'm poor. Then we'll be loaded the fuck out. I can't wait. I forgot, I still don't have a fucking fishing rod. I need to find one of those. And if I swim, okay, so when you swim in the water here, it's fine. When you swim in the water in like in the Henbane River, which is over where Faith is, that water, you start to get like the sparks and everything because they've been just dumping shit tons of drugs in the water there. That's a good dog. Petting features are very important. I'll have you know, it just adds quite a bit to your game. If there's any game developers out there that watch my stuff, just to let you know, if you're gonna be stealing ideas from me, just keep in mind, petting animations absolutely necessary if you have a companion animal. I don't care if he's a turtle or whatever. You need to be able to pet him. Just do something. There's a red marker over there. That's a bear. That's why that's a red marker over there. Hot damn. It's about to fucking murk a dude. I was so surprised when I found out that black bears are actually like really risk aversive. Like if you stand your ground and then like try to scare it a little bit, it'll actually like leave or fuck off. There's a paddle. That's a melee weapon.
I can't believe.
Bonk. You see, it's an impeccable strategy. Hit him in the face with an oar to stun him, and then while the concussion's taking over, just shoot him in the face.
I heard there was a guy who claims he built a teleporter, but he lives in a dump, so it's got to be bullshit, right?
I don't know.
Worth checking out.
Crazy shit happens out there. Oh yeah, Boomer loots things for you automatically too. He's a good dog. I wish you could like tell him to be a bit more passive in combat, or I guess that wouldn't really be very, there wouldn't be a whole lot of purpose to that. Like it'd be cool if you could give Boomer like an order that says like that like I don't know, I guess a dog wouldn't understand that, but just be like, you know, only go in to kill an enemy if you know you can kill them, like someone I've shot or something. Because Boomer's great, but he does get like it is easy to overlook him if you're once you get some of the other specialists. Although you could pick up Boomer and then like grab Peaches or something. That'd be a good combo. Like you have Boomer scout them out, and then you have Peaches take them down. Nature is conspiring against man. Oh my god, I looked away. That happens a lot with the alarm situation in this game. Sometimes it'll be complete, but you actually have to hold it a little bit right when the gauge fills up, otherwise it doesn't count. We've got 3 dudes around here. They're all pretty close, so I think if I take one out, the others will get a little alerted. We're looking at each other.
I've learned more from the word than I ever did in school.
I learned more from the word than I ever did in school. Sounds like you just didn't pay attention, dude. If I kill that guy, they'll get alerted, which will make the whole stealth proposition a little bit more tenuous. I'm gonna be honest, I've been listening to myself doing these streams back over, and I'm like, how am I don't think I can, like, sometimes I'll listen to myself talk, and I'm like, what the fuck am I trying to do? Like, I'll just phrase sentences in the worst way possible. I don't know what it is. And I got too high on thinking I had a really good vocabulary when I was younger, and then it just fucked me up forever. God, this takes so long. Combo. Okay, whatever. Oop, Boomer got a guy. Nice. Battle! Whoop! Ah, I fucking missed an alarm. God damn it. Hang on, do they have a machine gun emplacement anywhere around here? That would help me. Oh, they've got one. Cool. From the north. Perfect. Okay. All right, fellas. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The M2 does the job. Oh my god. I do like these little animations, they're very nice. Honestly, I've recently been rethinking. I'm definitely not going to play New Dawn, but I've been rethinking playing Far Cry 6 just because it's like, I know I complain a lot about it and I've been talking about the gameplay, but I watched some videos about it and honestly it might be fun just from an analysis perspective. Yes, I have, John. Are you mad yet? See this guy? You see this fucking maniac that's talking to me right now? He's presented as a, like, I don't know. Like, these characters are comically evil. I just want to make that clear.
If you know Grace, you know she does not fuck around. Any gear she's got stored at her place is gonna be top of the line. If it survived the fire, that is.
Oh, cool. We can take Grace's shit. That's nice. It's owed to me, obviously, as the leader of our little gang of reprobates. I think we can get our man's shit back in a minute. How much does a rod cost? Well, the basic one costs $300. I guess we'll grab that one. Use it to. Well, we'll have a fishing portion of the stream, I think. Oh yeah, there's Nick's plane boat that he put a fucking minigun on because I guess that's legal out here. It's really funny how there's some places in America have like really strict gun laws, and in some places they just don't seem to give a shit. I know why it is that way. I just think it's funny. Okay, so the flying mechanics in this game are kind of okay. I'm not the best flyer. Don't have the best experience. Yeah, you can't really yaw. So I think you just roll. At the crop circle? Sharp left, he said. There we go. Remember, I was always confused as to why they always inverted up and down whenever you were operating a plane in games, but I think that's just supposed to simulate, like, the fact that there's a stick. I think when you actually fly a real plane, there's a stick that you push down to make the plane go up and push up to make the plane go down. I actually rode in a helicopter once. A guy, I think it was in Kauai, one of the islands in Hawaii, and I was in there. I had the, what was it? He took us, the helicopter guy, it was me and like a couple people in my family, he kind of took us for like a little fly around, and it was really interesting because there was a part that he went over and he mentioned that they actually filmed Jurassic Park on a part of the island, and then while we were over it, he played like the Jurassic Park thing, like the that one, and it was a really... There's something kind of mystical about it, because I was just kind of like looking down at because like Hawaii, like since the islands are still mostly like fairly, like there's a good amount of wilderness on them still. There's like just kind of looking down at the green expanse and just kind of imagining dinosaurs was really cute. Yeah, I haven't been up in the air outside of riding an airplane like too much, but whenever you get a chance to actually like feel the wind go past you, it's really nice. I don't know if I have kids either, Nick. I don't know anything about this character because this person isn't a character, the one I'm controlling. I don't always like the notion that, like, self-inserting into the player character of a video game is, like, great. Just because sometimes when a game tries to directly address the player for one reason or another, it leads to the messages being extremely targeted towards you, the audience, and sometimes I get upset. Oh, hell yeah. We're entering the violence part of the plane ride. I just jumped into the bridge for no reason. There we go. There's an outpost down there. Oh, whip that. I think there's a, what is it? Do you have to hold shift? Yeah, you hold shift and you can drop bombs, because Nick just kitted this plane the fuck out for war for some reason. There you go. There's a sound that I absolutely love, and it's that little whistle bombs make when they fall down to the ground. Obviously, I say this because I've never been bombed in real life, but when I hear it in the game, I think I always think it's something really satisfying about the build-up it has to the explosion. Obviously, once again, I read a book where there were some people. I read a book where people were experiencing like actual real war, and then they got bombed, and that exact sound was the indication that their house might get fucking destroyed. So I understand if that's like that is not a shared experience, but for me, I like in a video game, within the context of the video game, it's fine. I like it. It's absolutely horrifying in Fallout 4, though, because in that game, when you hear the bomb whistle and you're not the person that shot the fat man, that means there's a mini nuke heading for your ass, and that's not good. Alright, we are landing the plane. This is the hard part. Luckily, this game makes it quite easy. I like how this implies that Deputy just kind of flies shit on their free time, like they've got some experience with it, because I don't think they teach you how to operate planes in the sheriff's service. Just a hunch.
Oh my god, look at her.
Like, I'd understand if he knew how to fly a helicopter, but a plane, I don't think so.
Jim, the plane's back. Yeah, I heard. Hey, come on, let's turn her around. Come on, grab on.
I find there's something really interesting about boat planes. I don't know. I just noticed that part that Nick's holding in his left hand there, so our right. That's like a little boat hook. I've been on a few boats. That's what they use to like latch. They use ropes to latch the things to docks, using that little thing there, that stud. And honestly, it's very. I don't know, it's just interesting seeing that on a plane.
Kim, you coming?
It makes sense, it's just interesting. Because I've always associated that with boats.
Anyway, my grandpa first got it when he got back from World War II.
World War II.
I made a few modifications over the years. Kim, would you just hurry up? What?
I like how Nick just assumed this whole time that she was just being slow. Slow and pregnant.
Jesus Christ. Listen, I'm better in the air, but you are a fucking beast on the ground.
You bet your ass I am.
You hit him low. What do you say, partner?
Oh hell yeah, I'll get him in the nads.
Jim, you stay inside till I get back.
Alright, we are going to kick some men in the nuts. Or shoot him, whatever. This was... Yes, this was where I was before, okay. You guys in the house? Jesus Christ, they're just ventilating this house. That's not okay. You know, I don't know much about the racial demographics in Montana, but I'm pretty sure it's very white. I think I remember reading that somewhere. I'm just thinking about it because there's like several Asians in this game, and I'm pretty sure there's probably like 5 Asians in Montana. I'm pretty sure. Man. This man's having an interesting time in his plane. That is a lot of snipers. I should probably not use gas tanks as my cover against snipers. I hit him. Oh my god, that is a beautiful sound. Holy shit. Oh, please do. Go ahead, do it. I want to see it happen. Come on. I don't think he dropped the bomb. Don't worry, I got him. I was like staring at that truck and waiting for it to explode, and I was like, I guess this isn't happening. Do I have any? I do have a remote explosive. Adios. Yeah, I've got some old ass controls that I bound a while back. Like my old key bindings for this game, I used to set, what was it, melee to my 4th mouse button. I used to set grenades to my middle mouse button, which made sense at the time, but I just don't like pressing the mouse wheel, so I've changed it. Should make it like G or something.
Nick, your grandfather built this place. Really want to turn your back on that?
I found that Nick and Kim have an interesting like dynamic, because Nick's actually the one that's concerned about the kid and wants to leave, whereas Kim is the one that wants to stay and like fight, even though she's the one carrying the baby.
Well, that was on a messy black and white TV screen. You know them things ain't reliable.
Nick.
I don't know, Nick. I trust medical science, believe it or not.
I love you.
Me too.
Well, Deputy, looks like the Rye family's digging in. Hey, listen, if you need any air support, you give me a holler. Hey, you and me, it'd be like Butch and Sundance.
No, that didn't end well. Yeah. Nah, I am.
Please take care of him.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid were two, like, Wild West era, I guess bandits would be a good way to describe them. They were part of a group called the Wild Bunch, and there's a movie about them that also included their interesting escape from America because they were being chased down by the law to Bolivia, and then they ran afoul of the Bolivian army, and then the end of the movie just kind of implies they go out and fight the Bolivian army, and it implies that they go and get, like, gunned down at some point. But they don't show it, so it's kind of left ambiguous. And also, people don't really know what happened to the, people don't really know what happened to Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, so it kind of, I guess it's kind of like true to reality, but it's interesting because they have a, it's interesting because that's, it's like a really famous movie, so it's kind of something a lot of people have, like, talked about. But, like, I'm gonna be honest, 2 dudes against the entire Bolivian army, I don't think they made it. What, you guys got bullets? I will take it. That's a Colt. That's a Colt helicopter. Hang on. Let me see if I can get this guy. Oh, got him. You about to land on this guy? That was amazing fucking scene, like Boomer jumping on the guy while the helicopter crashed in the background. That looked awesome. Nice work. Nice work, Boomer. Trying to decide what objective to head to next. We've got a couple missions available and a couple of outposts. We could do... I'm not really in the mood to fly a plane right now. I think this mission, you hop in and Kim's like, hey, there's a few things you could blow up, and then, you know, she kind of points you in that direction. Which is alright. But I kind of want to do a couple things for the... town. There's one thing we can do for Mary May, which I think gets us a truck that has guns on it. And then there's another thing we could do for the pastor. I don't know what the pastor wants from us. Boomer, you're about to explode. Oh, poor dog. Come on, buddy. Up you come. You're tougher than that, and you've got fur made out of Kevlar or something. Glad to see that even with the drug haze on him, a 44 to the head still takes those guys out. Actually, you know what? Is this a... how good is this river? Not so great. So we got ducks over there. We got sturgeon over there. I don't think I've got good enough equipment for catching sturgeon. You know, maybe this is a bad river to fish in, given all the drugs. I'm not sure how fish take to bliss. I'm not sure if a fish has the neural capacity to find the light of God, but you do not take my ATV. I know you guys tend to do that. I hit him. I heard the hit sound. Alright, well, I wish that guy that truck is chasing the best of luck. He is no longer my problem. Yeah, I want to find a fishing spot and fish for a little while, just get some money, because I want to get clothes. I want to get my cowboy clothes like I deserve, and then I want to get some more guns. I want to pick up the 1886 and have that be my third slot, and then I think I don't know what my fourth slot's gonna be. It's gonna be like what? Hang on, let's take a look-see. I kind of debated picking up just a big fucking sniper rifle or something, like maybe like the 308 or whatever as my fourth one, just so that I have a long range gun, but I don't really need it. Oh, fun fact. So 4570 does 8 damage. For some reason, the 308 only does 7. You want to know what else does 7 damage? The shovel. The shovel does 10. The shovel does 7 damage. So if you throw the shovel at a person, that is as much damage as a 308 caliber sniper round. Which I think is nuts. Yeah, okay. So melee weapons. So the shovel is like the best, if you ask me, because it does 7 damage. Most of these are like statistically like the same. The pipes are okay. They're a little shorter. They're shorter. They don't do nearly as much damage. They handle better. I don't know what that means. I guess that means they swing a bit faster. The baseball bat is equivalent to the pipes, but like you can get better baseball bats up to the spiked bat, which is also kind of fast and does a good amount of damage, but not as much damage as the shovel. So the shovel's still the best. And then you can get brass knuckles, which are essentially an upgrade to your punching. I do want optimism, but I can't. I really wish you could get the shovel in one slot and then optimism in the other slot so that you could carry 18 shovels, but nah, that's not an option. Oh, by the way, yes, that is correct right there on the weapon wheel. We can carry 9 shovels. Just pulling them straight out of my ass. There they are. Oh, all back in. I love it. I love it so much.
Can't thank you enough for getting rid of those fucking cultists.
Ooh, we found some trout. We found some trout fishing spots. Trout down there. Okay. Do I want to get some meat? I think we'll do one more mission and then like fish for like the rest of the stream, I guess. Or I don't know. I could stream for a while today. I don't know. I'll think on it. For right now, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. I just checked my performance window and realized that I've been like skipping frames this whole time. So I'm just gonna keep going, and I'm gonna pray that this game's still watchable. This game's still watchable like in the footage. But if it's not, I apologize for that. I don't. Sometimes things will just randomly take up more CPU than they should, and I'm not sure why. I'm not really a tech guy, so I wouldn't know. But it is very frustrating. Because it's not like, because half the time I can't really do much about it. Like I can close things that are open, but sometimes that's not the problem. Sometimes the problem is just that like it's just not good today.
There's always a bit of light. I give thanks to the Lord every day for bringing you and I together. I'm glad you're looking to do more here.
The problem is just that this game uses a lot of CPU. I can't do much about that either.
John Seed's making a lot of people suffer right now, and quite frankly, I can't keep up. These people need me. They're my responsibility now. But that just means keeping tabs on the resistance is being that much harder. When you get a chance, head out east and check on our people at the Woods and Pig Farm. I haven't heard back from them in a couple of days, and that worries me. We can't afford to lose a single one of our fighters.
Alright, good Samaritan. So yeah, Jerome just wants us to check up on people. So, in order to do that, we're going to be... Yeah, we could head over there and maybe like hit up a couple like outposts on the way. I do like that the objectives in this game aren't restrictive. Sometimes games will go, oh yeah, you're in a mission now, which means we're going to disable all other objectives until you get to this point and then do things. That's how Rockstar games tend to work, like GTA and Red Dead. They'll just lock you in and then you can't really do stuff on the side. But Far Cry's a lot more open and free, which I respect. Out we come. ATV. I've returned the ATV to nature. That's where it belongs. One thing that kind of baffles me about this whole streaming thing is that like I know how to. I should talk slower. I know how, whenever your limitation is like your own ability to talk or like your game selection or something like that, like you can do something about that, but whenever the limitations are more technological, half the time it's just like, oh yeah, you could try like 5 or 6 different things and see if they work, but sometimes they just won't. Or it's just that, oh yeah, your equipment's not good enough. You're gonna have to upgrade it. It's like, oh, how do I upgrade it? Well, you're gonna need to spend like $300 at least. It's like, oh great, I can't really do that. Keeping an eye on the stream on the side. Right, greed. I don't know why you'd label a pig farm of all places with greed. I don't think that quite fits. Why is that marker black? I don't understand. Can you take people down? Oh yeah, you can. Alright. God, that is That is gruesome. Because I guess it's not in Far Cry 3 and 4, when you do a ledge takedown on someone, you grab you shank them in the stomach and then pull them down. In this game, since it's all like hand to hand and blunt weaponry, the way you take people down is that you just grab them by the ankles and then yoink them and they smack their head on the ledge. What the hell is going on? They couldn't have found the guy's body, could they? Jesus. They did. That was fast, considering he, you know, was behind a building. Can I take out a flamethrower guy yet? I don't know. Is that... Wait, hang on. Let me check the perks real quick. That's the best way to find out. Do I have... It's like... One of the combat things here. Takedown mastery, chain, melee, throw, and sidearm, takedown range increased. I think that's it. So I can take down heavies, I think.
Once the reaping is done, we might let him go.
All arms disabled. We're good. Liberated. That man sacrificed himself to distract the flamethrower guy, and I respect that. Oh, cool. We've opened up a farmer's market. Very cool. Again, this wasn't the pig farm. I was wrong about that one, but it was Sunrise Farm, which was just I guess like a pumpkin patch, and I still wouldn't label that place with greed, I'm gonna be honest.
And misguided. And if he were a true man of God, his people wouldn't have left him in the first place. You, deputy, will still confess your sins, because this is the will of the Father.
Am I getting marked again? No. I'm telling you, it's arbitrary. Am I getting marked today? No, guess not. He's not feeling it. Oh, hang on. I need to get a very important part of the outfit. Should I get the slightly dirty cowboy hat or the clean one? Well, the clean one's still a little scuffed. We'll go for the dirty one because I do get dumped in the mud a lot. All right, once I get a pair of like jeans or something and maybe some fingerless gloves, I'll be good to go. I get like a deputy jacket or something. Once I unlock that. Hilariously enough, the whole reason you change clothes in the first place is because like, you know, you'd be recognizable with the deputy stuff on, which Dutch wants like you suggest that you should avoid. But then you can unlock. I think there's an unlockable thing where you can just you could put on a deputy uniform anyway, which just completely renders that moot. Like there's no, this doesn't like you could just completely undo that and then put on the deputy clothes anyway and be like, no, I want them to recognize me. They get activated on me anyway. There's no point.
I was gonna die. Thanks.
You are welcome, buddy. Get out of here. I don't know, if I was a civilian in this place, I'm gonna be honest, I'd probably just try to go to the next state over. I'd just be like, I don't need to live in Montana. I'm just gonna go somewhere else. Although again, I'd also have the expectation that like the government would deal with a situation where like an armed group of people were taking over a small county, a county, and then just decided to. And then decided to like enforce their own rule of law. I feel like they'd stop that sort of thing, but you know, maybe I just expect too much out of them. That's a bear. Bear fucked up the... Bear fucked the fuck out of this car. Holy shit. Take me up to the outpost. There we go. Alright. Oh, I remember last time I tried to I tried to take this one out. This one's a little rough just because of how vertical it is. Let's get a vantage point, see if we can see as many people as possible. Again, don't get me wrong. I complain about this game a lot, but I still think it's very fun. I still think it's a good video game. I just complain about the story and characters a lot. Oh god, Boomer got down by something all the way the fuck over there. Or, wait, is that Boomer or is that just someone else? No, I think that's Boomer. Maybe we can climb up a little higher. Oh, hang on. Oh, these guys are alerted. What the fuck? Oh, that's a lot of you. Ah, god damn it. Oh yeah! Did you hear that? Hang on, can I like bump this guy off of the ladder? Did I do that? Oh my god, I knocked him off the ladder and that killed him. That's incredible. Hang on. Hell yeah. I guess they only had one alarm. I'm starting to realize that maybe I was just a little bit too gung-ho when I was playing this game the first time, because I remember getting taken out a lot on outposts like these, but that's mostly because like they'd call in reinforcements and then I'd just get absolutely swarmed by people. I love the idea that the whole place is completely fallen apart and people just move in and then reopen their stores. Capitalism never rests. Absolutely. Oh, you can pet random other dogs too. Oh hell yeah. Boomer does not have exclusive petting privileges. That'd be too much. We respect all dogs here.
That was so damn. Just what we need. Killer moose.
A killer moose. Sounds like not my problem. Again, I don't really do side missions in this game.
Nice looking mutt you got there.
Green bush fertilizer region. What a way to describe an area. Oh yeah, there's a thing I mentioned like back in Far Cry 3 that I was complaining about. Okay, so yeah, we're in America, right? So it makes sense that we've got like 44 Magnums, we've got the 1911, we've got an M4 style rifle thing, right? And like we've also got like some of the classic weapons from like other Far Cry games. And like everywhere, the AK is just everywhere, right? Why is the basic pump action shotgun in this game the M133? It still bothers me. Like for some reason, this just bothers me a lot. Like they've got the Spaz 12 and the short M133, but like they fucking modified it so that there's 3 of the things. And like, you know, while they do have the 1887, which is good, I respect that, they also fucking just like this is a Russian shotgun. I don't think there's that many of those here in America. I feel like the Remington. I feel like they're like any other model. A pump action shotgun would be a better call. It just bothers me for some reason. I don't know why. I'm good on rifles right now. Do I have enough to get the second holster? Oh, I need to beat a lieutenant, which is what they call the main cult leaders. So I need to beat a region first. Okay, got it. Move faster when crouched would be nice. Considering how much stealth I've been trying to do. What else do I want? I do want health boost too. I guess we'll save up for that. We are supposed to be doing an objective right now, so we should probably do that too. Yeah, we'll grab a van, I guess. Oh, I should also save up to get that other leadership perk, the one down here. Oh, I can get it. No, wait. Yeah, no, this one. I need 6 points for that. Okay. Noted. Oh, is that a cult outpost up ahead? Hang on. Where that place? No, this is not an outpost. It's just a place where the cult is. Well, I'm like out of arrows. I should get some more. Alright, if you're reading this and you're a Peggy, I've got you in my sights. If you're resistance, come on up and see me in the grain elevator. I got some goodies you can use against the cold. Just watch your step as you come up. I got a lot of little friends who don't want to be disturbed. Oh, Vesper, yeah, I know this one. There's this is B-Town we're in. You okay, buddy? Doesn't look like it. Alright. There's like a... There we go. Up we come. Yeah, there's a bunch of bees around here. So apparently, one thing I didn't know until I've played this game like for a while, like I didn't know it right away, was that if you you want to be careful around hives. If you break them, they will mess your shit up. There's a safe round. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no, I can't jump. Is there a grapple point? Can I unstick myself? And there, oh, there we go. Okay, found a surface to jump off of. Holy shit! There we go. That's what I was supposed to do. Can I creep under here and get to that safe? No, I can't. Boot full. Ouch. Can I climb over this hive? I guess not. I like hop and then hop over here. Nope, no good, no good. Oosh, ooh, 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 no, not the bees. Okay, we're good. I've confused them. I've placed solid cover between me and them, and now I don't exist. Okay, we're good. All right. Give me the goods. I think you need to blow these up until you get the perk that lets you lockpick them. Oh, you need something more hardcore. I see how it is. There we go. Dollars. 250, I'll take it. Loot? Nope. This grain silo is all kinds of fucked up, Jesus. More stuff. I don't know what I don't know if it's I don't know how realistic it is that like that bees and such would make this many hives, but I'll just take this game's word for it. I guess they've just been here for so long. They've just been trying to take over the whole fucking building. There we go. Whoever wrote that note must have just disappeared, or maybe they were the person in the the vault. Hey, I've got money. I've got more perk points. I can now grab an additional specialist, which I want. There we go. Wait, what did I get bumped off of? What is that? What the hell? You see that? I kept bouncing off of against the post. Oh dear. That's a helicopter. Hang on, let me see if I can pop this guy. Oh my god. There he goes. .4570 is very powerful. If you hit the right spot, you can take down a helicopter. Nor the fact that you could probably do that with any other gun in this game. Wait, this is locked? Did I just trap myself? Wait, hang on. If I just trapped myself on accident, that would be really funny. After nearly getting stuck in the grain elevator. Is there a key in here? Uh-oh. 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 Wait, there's no key in here. What the fuck? And I can't open it from the inside? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, Jesus Christ. Do I have to restart or something? Hang on. I'll just yeah, fast travel to the place. There we go, that'll get me out. Oh yeah, in a show of like irony, I guess is what it's supposed to be. They made it so each of the cult leaders in this game are based off of, or like have a relation possibly to have a relation to one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, whereas I think it's like, I think John would be, no, John wouldn't be famine. I guess John would be like conquest, Jacob would be war, Faith would be pestilence, and Joseph would be death, maybe. I think is how they do it. There's this one little thing. There's a bit of art that has them all like in one portrait, and they're all like color coded as if they're the four horsemen, which is interesting because Joseph makes it sound like you are like death, I guess, and then like some of the other people in the resistance are coded as if they're supposed to be some representative of like the apocalypse, because the sheriff guy with the awesome mustache, he's his last name's Whitehorse, and I think the rider on the pale horse is death. Unless Whitehorse is a different color and means something else.
No amount will put out this fight. No amount will absolve you of your evil.
Okay. Gonna be a bit of a challenge.
Your only absolution is to say, yes, I'm gonna welcome you.
Another thing that's neat is that the cultists say different things depending on what region you're in, which I think is actually a really nice touch. That like they believe different things depending on which lieutenant they follow. Wait, this flamethrower guy's not going to turn around. How many perk points do I have left? I just have 2, so I can't. No, takedown mastery is 6. Damn, that's expensive.
Or burn
Wait for some more people to turn around, so I've got more of an opportunity. This guy's looking straight at these two, which is a little upsetting. Not gonna make them start attacking hostages, right? No, that'll just get them over here in my domain. Gotcha! Get out of here! Alright, is that all of them? Cool. Easy. Alright, where's the rest of y'all? One person in the house. Who else? Who else? I think you guys have one more person around here that I can grab. Obviously, you're not going to tell me because you're too stupid. Oh, there she is. There we go. Now we have to secure the Woodson Pig Farm. This implies that there are people I haven't killed yet. Are they coming in? Oh, there they are. Hang on. Oh, this guy's in a bad situation. Instant cremation. Hell yeah. We're winning today, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, John's called in the Chosen. Okay, yeah, so that's, sometimes this game will give you, like, a random extra mission that's just someone, like, talking onto the radio about how you've basically done a lot for that group of people, and then you, as a result, you've, inspired them to do stuff. Which is handy.
I hate listening to Zip's conspiracy theories.
Oh, Zip's wacky.
Get access to his cache of explosives.
Oh, sorry. Zip's funny, cause he was like Zip's like an artifact of the past now, I feel, because it used to be that conspiracy theories were like a fun little thing that people would get involved in on the internet, and then they would talk about it and have fun with it, like, oh, what if the guy that killed what if like Lee Harvey Oswald, the guy that killed Lincoln and the guy that killed Kennedy was like the same person, but then they used time travel technology because they're trying to prevent something else from happening, or some crazy stupid shit, right? And now they're not as fun anymore. I probably don't need to tell you, but conspiracy theories aren't as fun as they used to be. Just because now they're distressingly, they cause things to happen. Okay, I've been marked again, which is unfortunate. I'm just gonna, like, run away from town and just kind of let him have me. I kind of want to just get this over with. Honestly, I want to see if we can finish John's region today, and then, like, maybe after that is done and over with, we can, maybe after that is done and over with, we can, like, fish for a while and then call the stream. I think in the bottom left here, you'll see capture party incoming or something. Guy. Look at that sprinter over there. You see that? That guy was determined. Oh, catch a party incoming. You see that in the bottom left? And then they'll say shit like, it's deputy hunting season. Best part is that Daisy doesn't help you at all. Or not Daisy. I don't know why I keep trying to call her Daisy. Like Grace and like whoever you have as a companion doesn't matter. Oh yeah, you could take out the entire convoy of people, and then they'll still get you as long as they shoot you with one bullet. Even if you kill all of them, you're down. Yep, there we go. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who you're with. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter that we're literally like a quarter of a mile away from Fall's End. We still get captured. It's stupid. They did. I killed 2 trucks.
That is not the will of the Father.
And then they say shit like that. Oh, it'd be easier to kill him, and oh, the Joseph doesn't want to kill you for some fucking reason. Even though characters are completely happy to fight and try to kill you in every other situation in the game. Oh, when a cutscene's supposed to happen, suddenly you can't be killed. I should stop complaining about this. I bet it's annoying. I don't know, if I play Far Cry 6, I can't imagine it'd be much better. It'd probably just be me making fun of the game. Not sure if it'd be worth my time, or the time of anyone else that would watch. By the way, that thing nailed on the back of this workbench is actually, is someone's skin.
Were the first ones to teach me about the power of yes.
Oh yeah, this is when John tells you that he thinks it's completely rational for him to do what he does because he was abused as a kid.
I experienced pain after pain after pain after pain. And when I didn't think I could take any more, I did. Something broke free inside. I wasn't scared, I was clear. I looked up at them. I started to laugh. All I could say was, yes. I spent my entire life looking for more things to say yes to. I opened every hole in my body, and when those were filled, I created more.
This cutscene's really weird and uncomfortable. It's even more uncomfortable if you're playing as a female character.
Showed me just how selfish I was being. Always receiving, always taking. The best gift isn't the one you get, it's the one you give. Giving takes courage. Courage to own your sin, to etch it onto your flesh and carry it.
Okay, I found out what the problem is with the frames. It's the game's cutscenes. I see how it is.
Truly begin to atone.
Far Cry always was weirdly heavy on CPU, I guess.
And display it for all to see.
Ubisoft just kind of assumes that you've got a good computer.
My God, that's courage.
I'm trying to take this cutscene seriously, but I'm pretty sure I've watched it like 3 times. Can I skip it? You used to not be able to skip these, I'm pretty sure.
So you can confront your weaknesses, confront your sins. You will swim across an ocean of pain and emerge free. For only then can you truly begin to atone. So who wants to go first?
Hit me with it.
Yes. Yes. You're not gonna regret this. I promise.
The reason why I think John's extra fucked up is because I think a not insignificant amount of people are horny for him, and this whole thing's I'm not sure if you guys cleared in, but there is nothing about this man that I like.
I am not
Besides his coat, but he's not wearing the coat right now, so obviously. So there's just nothing. There's just nothing.
I'm going to open you and pour your worst fears inside. And as you choke, your sins will reveal themselves. Only then will you truly understand the power of yes. I'll be right back.
Alright, see you later. And then we, leave somehow? Oh, yeah, I can work my way over to something. There's a pipe over there I could grab. Now that John's not over here, I can just kind of like I could break my neck against the stairway or something. Oop, off we go. Bonk. Yeah, you just slip the rope right off, I guess. Alright, there was a bolted pipe up here, so we can grab the... There we go. Alright, I'm basically fully armed right now. Let's creep through. So this is John's bunker. You remember the missile silos I was mentioning earlier? Yeah, there it is. Silo A. So this is John's. Oop. You can thank God for that one, too. You can thank John for yoinking your skin off. You can thank me for putting a hole in your brain with a bat. Alright, we've got stuff. By the way, I'm not really restricting myself gun-wise. Well, I'm restricting myself gun-wise when I have a choice, but I'm not doing like a... I'm not doing like a challenge to myself or anything, so if I find a gun, I'm just gonna use it, whatever it is. I love it. Just bonk. I really wish I had the chain takedowns right now. Yeah, I still can't. I didn't pick up any perk points, so that's not going to happen. They would make this useful. Another thing, you guys might remember the knife takedown in previous Far Cry's. Those are replaced with a melee throw takedown. So instead of you pulling a knife off of the person and then like throwing that, instead you pick up. Hang on, where's that pistol? There we go. Instead, you use whatever your melee weapon is, and you throw that, and it's hilarious if you've got a shovel as your secondary, because you just kill one guy, and then you just javelin a shovel straight to another person after that. It looks so funny. Glad to see this texture's glitching out. Just to, you know, I hit my head earlier, that's why. We love you.
These folks will thank us. They'll forgive us for the people.
Worse, you know. Here, you just have to confess.
Hoe! I've got a hoe!
Well, let's just say too much bliss can go to one's head. Faith created her angels, but she never did treat them all that well.
Yeah, so this zombie person with the hoe that attacked us, basically, they're angels, and what angels are people that have been so, I guess, like, overloaded brain-wise with bliss that they just kind of turn into manic zombies. I love it. We'll probably see, we'll see some more of them at some point. Howdy, sunshine. I'm back. I was so excited to get my skin peeled off. I just had to come to you, buddy.
I know your sin.
It's wrath, right?
It drives your every thought, every action.
I'm an angry boy.
So, I'll indulge you. Become wrath. Let it fill your body and consume your soul, because in the end, you'll still be empty.
Yeah, that's the thing that pisses me off about John, I guess, compared to the other ones, because John pretends like he's better than you. Like, he knows better than you, and that he's, like, the pure arbiter of, like, sin. Like, he understands everything. And then you gotta, then you just, and then he's, like, just out of your reach frequently, too.
Give them all the wrath they can handle, brothers. Say yes. I will give my life in the name of the Father. Angels ain't gonna let up on you.
I guess everything kills people in one hit right now. Maybe I shouldn't be so proud of the 4570. Alright, let's get at it. In the end, you will thank us. I actually like that line.
Let them feast on their sin. Let them choke on it.
Yeah, John's a thirsty man. Very repressed. I think he's just got a lot that he's working through right now.
Your sin consumes you, blinds you to all the harm you inflict. It allows you to dispense of human.
Wait, someone had a shovel back there. Hang on.
Ever given so much as a second thought to killing?
It's so fucking funny just throwing shit at people like that.
Let them run. Let them hide. For no matter where they go, God will guide us to them.
Oop, that's a revolver. Let me take that. There we go.
See? That.
Oh, I just have to leave. Never mind. I should probably do that. maybe sticking around's a bad idea.
There's nothing more you
Yeah, let me just clear my head by getting out of there. We'll come back.
when you're good and ready. Leave this place.
The thing that bothers me about this whole thing, the fact that he's cool with you leaving, which, like, on one hand, it does create that cool sense of, like, oh yeah, he's totally in control. Like, he's fine with you doing whatever, and he'll come back for you when he chooses to. But it also kind of creates this weird sense in the gameplay that, like, I don't know. I get this weird sense whenever like if a villain is completely aware of everything you're doing and they could just come get you and stop you whenever they want, it means that they're kind of complicit in everything that you're doing, which is weird, you know? Because it's like he's completely fine with you taking out his outpost, killing all of his men, like undoing everything that like he's trying to do in the region, and like it's like he doesn't care. And then he suddenly cares like when you just do a couple, like one too many of those things, and then he goes and grabs you when he feels like it, and then he chooses not to shoot you because the father wants you for whatever fucking reason.
Oh, dear.
I know, it's fucked up.
A lot of what I'm feeling feels like a nightmare. A lot of what I'm feeling feels like a nightmare. Eden's Gate is going beyond what I saw happen in Afghanistan. Joseph C.
Is that accurate? I heard Afghanistan was rough. I'm not sure if that's accurate to say. I don't know, maybe I wouldn't know, I guess. Hang on, we've got another pastor mission. Yeah, I guess we'll just try to finish John's region today. Do that real quick. Maybe like 2 parts per region would be reasonable. You know, I think part of the reason I'm having the problem I'm having right now is that I'm trying to get this thing to record in 1080p. Maybe I should just knock it down to 720 for the rest of the walkthrough. Make it a little bit more watchable. I want it. I want 1080p, but it's challenging. There's a lot there. It asks a lot of me. Yeah, we're gonna teleport over to Falls End, grab the guns that we want to have for this playthrough, and then we'll load ourselves up and then do that mission.
Thanks a million.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. Du, 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 du. Okay, where? Okay, we need to. I need to get this bad boy back. Put that right there. Put the bow right there. Put the revolver right there. There we go. Back in action. One thing that's goofy about this game is that there's a slingshot in this game, right? So this is the sidearm equivalent of like a bow, I guess, and normally slingshots are used to shoot like rocks and such, right? I think in this game you could shoot an arrow out of it, which makes it, I guess, deadlier, but it's still not as good as like an actual bow.
They had a little parade for me here after I won the bronze. I hated it. I ain't much of celebrations.
Hang on, wait. Oh, I need to replace that fishing rod, that's right. Yeah, I think in between missions, like after I'm done with this stream, I'll just I'll go fishing a bunch, get a bunch of money, and then like buy some other stuff. Hey, just popping in to say I've really been enjoying your videos on YouTube. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
There's no telling when the Lord will lift the burden of the
I'm glad you like them.
Go to the Silver Lake Trailer Park and make sure that young man is safe and sound. We need to be open to forgiveness. If not, we're no better than the cult.
Hell yeah. Go save us a boy. Wait, where is this? Silver Lake Trailer Park. Where is that? Hunting bears in the center brings a lot of profits. Yeah, I know, but I like fishing. It's just a thing I do in every game where it's at. You know that, what is it? There's like a little... There's a little chart someone made, a very factual chart where it's like, is your game good or bad? Does it have a fishing minigame? Yes, it's good. No, it's dog shit. And sometimes I do feel that way. Fishing in this game is actually so peaceful. It is. It is. I think they might have literally programmed it so that the enemies don't fucking jump on you as much as they do like when you're doing anything else. Because when you're on the road, there's just shit spawning all around you at all the times. But when you're fishing, it's generally pretty nice. The video game flow chart of quality, yeah, it is. If I can't fish, what am I fighting for, you know? Over there. Cougars. Oh dear. I remember when Red Dead Redemption 2 came out, there was this funny meme that popped up. I see lots of Peggy boats when fishing in the northern area. I bet. Yeah, this guy, he took 3 revolver shots to take down. That's a Chosen. They've got more armor than the rest of the guys. They're just better. They're just built different. Constructed alternatively. RDR2 is some good quality fishing. It was. I think Arthur made that fishing so much better. Just like catching a big salmon, he goes, "You, sir, are a fish." And I'm like, I love this man. Got $2,600, more than I was expecting. Nice to meet you.
I believe in you. Keep going.
If he says he wants to leave Eden's Gate, then we gotta try and help him.
A wildlife expert. He was. He's been living in the wilderness. He'd know.
Come on, we gotta protect this guy.
Protect the defector. Protector. Defector. Oh, she's got him. Guys are so fragile. It's kind of funny. You think you'll do a Far Cry 6 run as well if you could bring yourself to sit through it? I might. It's on the table. That game I actually haven't finished yet, so I'm kind of curious how it goes. The thing about Far Cry 6 that bothers me a lot is that they actually changed the gameplay. And that's like the main thing that was holding me through most of the Far Cries leading up to now. I've been on the fence about it. We'll see how I feel. Because I did play that game a little bit. I did the old, well, one thing I've been doing recently with a lot of Ubisoft releases is that I'll just buy a month of Uplay Plus, and then I'll try a couple of their, I'll try whatever game that they've released recently. That's what I used. That's what I did for Watch Dogs Legion. That's what I did for Ghost Recon Wildlands. That's what I did for Far Cry 6 and Far Cry New Dawn. Far Cry 6, I just wasn't really feeling it after I did like a couple of the story missions. I don't know, something about that game just feels wrong. I remember seeing some people complain that they think it's because it's... I never finished it either. It's a shame because the world's really beautiful, but the gameplay and characters are so uninspired. Yeah, I think the characters definitely were... It felt like... There's a certain way of writing I feel like Far Cry's fallen into, where you'll have characters that on a piece of paper sound interesting, but need more going for them in order for them to really stick out and matter. And like, it's just like, oh, what's about this character? Oh, this character is your radio guy. We're gonna make him a little wacky. We're gonna write him so that he's a little wacky. And then like, in the end, it just kind of feels like they're there for like a couple of cutscenes just to be a goofy person, and then they're dropped off the face of the earth. That is like 80 to 90% of the characters in Far Cry 6. I can't take the story seriously. I don't know, the tone of Far Cry's changed a lot, and I feel like Far Cry 6 is a really good example that they've suffered a bit of like thematic drift. Off you go. Is he okay? Yeah, he's fine. Casting and fishing. Oh yeah, I'll get the Peggies with this bad boy. Gonna get him. Oop. Nope, don't think I got him. I don't know, Pastor. I think the Lord keeps guiding me straight to John's arms, and I don't want to be there.
You came out of nowhere. Thanks.
I don't know. If they make another Far Cry, I'm really curious what they're gonna do with it, because I feel like Far Cry 6's response was pretty poor. I don't know how the sales. Hang on, let me check real quick. Apparently, they talk with people who lived in countries who have been through a revolution or overthrow of power by the people. You know, if that's true, then maybe I'm the one that's wrong. But like, I still feel like making a compelling story is more than, because Far Cry. Highly doubt that. Far Cry, what was it? Far Cry was never about revolutions or oppressions. Far Cry was always about, like, if you could take a unified theme from Far Cry 1 through 3, the first 3 games, and while they were all very different, one thing that connected all of them is there's this sort of, like, animalistic, bestial quality to people that comes out when they're separated from the trappings of civilization. Like, Far Cry 1, it's, like, Far Cry 1's absolutely not, like, representative of the rest of the series for good reason, because it was made by a whole different group of people. It's in the name Far Cry, yeah. And, Far Cry 1, there's, like, a scientist that was turning people into monsters, and, like, some of the other Far Cry's, it's about someone who literally, physically, through, like, some sci-fi stuff, turns into, like a super predator. Far Cry 2 was about, like this country in Africa that was, like, being torn up by warlords, and, like, you know, society and, like, the rule of law has fallen apart, which means that all that's left is just relentless violence, and everyone's just committing violence against each other, and then there's this constant feeling, I got most of this from that video by Face Full of Eyes, but there's this sensation that, like, like all of human history and all of the violence is just continuing through here because you're using these guns that are from like all the war from like could be like 20, 30, 40 years old, and they've been in wars from like way back then. And like the Jackal has like a whole voice line where he talks about this, where it's like there's this whole deal going on where he is like all these mercenaries are coming here, all this weaponry is coming here because there's like this violence that's just inherent, and then it just gets attracted to these places and gets sequestered in these places, and it's always present. It's not gone just because like the world is more peaceful now than it used to be. And then in Far Cry 3, it was a little bit simpler and a little bit more cartoony, but they still had that idea. Far Cry 2 was the peak of the series, and Ubisoft itself, and the Faceful of Eyes one was great. It was a fantastic essay. I loved it. But, yeah, and then in Far Cry 3, you've got this whole idea of, like, you know, like, loss of self and, like, this sort, like, because, like, Jason's, like, this fucking, like, goofy California boy who, like, kind of melts into this, like, this bloodthirsty barbarian, like, this maniac who, like, goes out of his way to fight and kill people, because what he really wants is, to kill people and to win. Like, he's not, nothing else is driving him anymore. The Fall into Madness, yeah. And then Far Cry 4... was about that a little. It was about, like, this motive decay, I guess, where people want one thing, but they actually want something else, but, like, it was still, like, caught up in the whole revolution thing. Far Cry 5 isn't about that at all. I don't know what Far Cry 5 thinks it's about, but I don't think it does anything. I don't think it does... whatever it's trying to say, I don't think it says it very well. And Far Cry 6 is about... it's about oppression and revolution. They're like, we're going to talk more about that, because we think that's a central theme in Far Cry. And I'm like, no! No, it's not. You got it wrong. I don't know. I think Far Cry needs a reboot or something. Like, it's gotten too... It feels like you're playing a different game series that was loosely inspired by Far Cry. It doesn't feel like you're actually playing Far Cry. I don't know. It's all over the place. Maybe, I don't know, I feel like if I was a guy at Ubisoft and I was a creative director, I'd probably try to explain that obviously immersive gameplay experiences are very popular right now, and just point to like Hunt Showdown and like Escape from Tarkov. I think it has some good political takes, but falls short of anything impactful. Yeah. The thing is that if you want to make a political message in a game, you really need to go for it. You know, you need to say something. You need to, like... put your... yeah, Far Cry 5. Yeah, I think Far Cry 5... that's the thing about it. I feel like it gets close to a couple things. Like, we could talk about, America, we could talk about religion, we could talk... yeah, all or nothing. We could talk about America and, like, guns, or religion, or politics, or, like, how American culture has changed, or, like, how, like, the themes that drive American identity are, like, have some components to them that you could, like, point at, or, like point at as possibly hypocritical, or as, like, counteractive to each other. And, like, and maybe talk, and, like, kind of, like, put that in comparison to, like, this whole thing. And they do get close. They have a couple of concepts that get near that, but they don't go hard enough. It feels like for every step they take, they need to make a counter step to make sure people don't get mad at them. It's like, oh, we're not saying religion's bad, because Pastor Jerome Jeffries, he's cool. We're just saying that this crazy religion by crazy people is bad. And then you've got, like, oh, we're not saying, I think Ubisoft doesn't want to upset anyone. Yeah. That's the problem. I think a lot of people who have played this game have, like, pointed that out. It's like they probably just don't want to make people mad, and that's a problem. Because, like, playing it safe isn't how statements are made. I don't know. I think it's like it's an extension of that whole thing where you've got people who go, I don't want politics in my video games, and I can understand why understand why someone would be exhausted by politics, but, like, if the game's gonna try to be political, it should really go hard and just make some kind of statement. Because, like, you can't just tease the idea of being political and then bail out of it like, oh, no, we're not actually gonna do that. Then you end up with nothing. You just have nothing. I don't know, because it's like, I understand the whole, like, do I understand? People go like, I don't want politics in my video games, but you can do it in a way that's inspiring or interesting, like Disco Elysium exists. I don't know. Because, like, even if you don't agree with, like, even if you aren't, like, a socialist or a communist or, like, left leaning or anything like that, I think you could still play Disco Elysium and find something worthwhile there. Like, I still think you could find something interesting in, like, political discourse, and like, or even if you disagree with it, but, like, you need to make the discourse. You need to say something.
Was wondering when you were gonna stop by. You got some.
I think the problem Ubisoft had is that since they've got, like, Tom Clancy and Ghost Recon, they've probably got an audience that's inherent that probably wouldn't react too well to, like, critique, I guess, of, like, a lot of stuff that's well, no, then they've got Watch Dogs, and Watch Dogs is trying super hard to be, like, to, like, embrace punk counterculture, which I say is more left-wing now. So, like, they have a mixed audience. They could have done it. I don't know.
The Widowmaker. And those fuckers stole it from him a week before he passed. Shit. You really want to piss off the cult? Get the Widowmaker back. Show the cult we're not just gonna roll over. And give the folks here something to cheer about. It's locked up under guard.
This is also another thing. One issue with Far Cry 5 is that I think it just kind of can't figure out what it wants to be. Because when you play side quests or do like the open world gameplay, Far Cry 5 feels like a comedy, and then you'll get abducted and thrown into the story, and then the story tries to take itself very seriously. Like all the cutscenes you've seen so far are very serious. Characters will like stare you straight in the eyes and then monologue at you for like a while, talking about all these things that they want to say, and they're like, oh yeah, look out at the country, look at what's wrong with it, and then like they don't say what's wrong with it. They don't say, because we don't know what the situation is with Far Cry 5, like Far Cry 5's America. It's like, well, what's tell me what's wrong here, what's the problem, what are we scared of? And then they don't specify. It's like, are we scared of religion? That can't be it. Pastor Jerome is like a perfectly good example of like a religious character that is dedicated to his community and supportive. So like we're not saying like religion is bad. Maybe we're saying this religion is bad, but like we don't provide any additional information to support that other than look at this cult. This cult's bad. We don't really know what their precepts are or anything like that. So we don't really know how they came to power. They just did. Like there's a lot more information we need, and it just doesn't. I don't know why this thing just fucking exploded for no reason. Like, are we saying like I don't know. I'm having a hard time trying to find like what a theme or like anything would be in this game. Ubisoft's inclusivity and not wanting to leave anyone out makes it hard to make an actual statement on anything. Yeah. 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 The problem is that like you can be inclusive and still make a statement. It's just you need to make a salient point. You can make points in multiple different directions. Like I know I mentioned Disco Elysium a lot already, but like what Disco Elysium do is that there's multiple different religious positions you can take, and while the game will make fun of all of them, like it does point out like what attracts people to it. Like even if you go full fascist, like there's still this idea of like, you know, it makes your character feel like a big man. It makes it feel like he's like achieving his masculine destiny, and that's why it's the only political thing that like gives you this cool like profile picture that has a big Revacholian flag behind him. Like it makes him feel patriotic, and that's uplifting for him. Even though like in the process he alienates people with his racism, and then makes all these really like weird statements indicating his insecurity about himself. And like the game also, like there's a thing you can unlock that implies that the whole reason you've got this whole fascination with like all this whole like fear is that it's just like a big like defensive. It's this big defense you've got against like all these like feelings that you don't want to acknowledge and things like that. Like I think it's a really good analysis personally, even though like it's clearly got political bias to it. Like you can't make political commentary without a personal bias that you come from. That's just it. Like if you wanna be super inclusive and then just make it so that anyone can enjoy your game, you should just avoid politics altogether. Like don't go out of your way and say, oh yeah, we're gonna get political, we're gonna make comments on politics, we're gonna make a statement about America, and then realize that America's a very large place with a lot of people with a variety of opinions, and that you don't really want to touch any opinions whatsoever because everything in America is split. Or maybe I should say their fear of upsetting someone could hurt the bottom line. The writing lacks depth. Yeah, there we go. That's what it is. They don't want a group of... They don't want to get boycott. That's it. They don't... Because in America, things have gotten very politically, like, split, and they don't want to boycott. That's what the problem is. Where's this fucking key? Find the key by the workshop temp. Check with the Daptist before using it. We can't afford to be careless around the Widowmaker. Gotcha. Get rid of this thing. Don't like those propaganda trucks. The thing about Far Cry is that, like, I do like the comedic part of it. Just like, oh yeah, I'm driving a fucking 18. I'm driving a fucking like 18-wheeler. I've got fucking 40 tons of steel here, and it's got front-mounted machine guns. This is goofy. I like this. Which is a shame because they have proved they can write easily. They can write really captivating stories with their older games like Assassin's Creed. I think the problem is that Ubisoft's people have probably changed a lot of hands. I think so. I don't know if they've got the same story writers than they have. Like I don't know if they have the same people writing Assassin's Creed that they used to, because that series has changed a lot, and I bet the people working at it have also changed a lot. I think there's supposed to be music right now, but I think the music's copyrighted, so I'm just gonna keep that. I'm just gonna keep the radio off. They sold their majority share a few months back or something like that. Yeah, I think it was before that, though. One problem that the games industry has right now is that, like, there's a lot of crunch, right? And what happens with, from what I understand, this is mostly coming from a podcast I listen to, so, the guy who's talked about it was like in the game industry, so he would know. I would feel. Video games crunch a lot. One of the problems with crunch is that you basically work your development, you work your development people to death. What podcast? The Castle Super Beast, they're called now. There's a guy. The guys on their Pat and Wooly, they were, I think they were QA testers, so they were involved to some extent in like the game's development situation, and they actually were like QA often is like left. Apparently QA is often like thrown under the bus whenever like games like people work on games like these, because they'll be like, hey, you've got a problem. Well, Ubi pushes out a game every year. Ubi pushes out a game every year, so pretty much. Yeah, probably. It's not just that they push out a game a year. They've got multiple developing teams working on different game series. So it's not just... Ubisoft isn't just one group of people that are like working on all of these games simultaneously, but they do still crunch, because crunch is an accepted part of like the game development process. And the problem with it is that when you crunch people, they don't want to keep working for you. So you make them work a ridiculous amount of hours. They work super hard, because if this game comes out and it's bad, that really negatively affects like the reputation. It makes it hard for them to get like rehired, because they're like, oh, you worked on this piece of garbage, and then they don't hire, and then you can't move to like another job. But like too many IPs, but like you said, they have lots of different branches. Ubisoft's really huge. They've got a ridiculous amount of developers. That's why they push out so many games under their like umbrella. But anyway, what the problem is that like they'll have all of these people. These people will get crunched. They'll get crunched. They don't like after they inevitably leave. You end up with a situation where like now you've got a whole bunch of vacancies, so you hire a whole bunch more people. I think the people that are creative and at the top of these developer teams like tend to stay. But the people who are doing the coding or like the writing or like other stuff, they often move around. So a lot of the times, especially with certain teams like BioWare, you'll find out that like it's just a different group of people than that worked like on something else like a while ago. So the team that made Far Cry 2, the team that made Far Cry 3, and the team that made Far Cry 6 are just different groups of people. The people that made Mass Effects 1, 2, and 3, and the people that made Mass Effect Andromeda, different group of people. So things will have the same name, but the talent will just shift around, and that's why games will be in the same series, but they'll be so different. You know? There's exceptions, like Supergiant Games are consistently Supergiant Games, because they exist outside of this whole issue, I think. But a lot of the times you'll run into situations where, because these development teams are the way that they are, they just Like, games, you can't count on games to be the same, especially over, like, long periods of time. So that's why, like, that's why Battlefield's just not going to be the same ever. Because Battlefield, between Battlefield 5 and Battlefield 2042, most of the developer staff, the Northern European guys that made Battlefield the way that it is, they're gone. They're gone. They went and made another studio, or they joined some other studios. Well, not too many of them are still around. And then after Battlefield 2042, now there's just a whole different guy who's the creative director. It's Vince Zappelli. He's the guy who runs Ripple Effect Studios now, and used to be like the head of like Respawn, I think. So the Battlefield is now run by like the guy who made, I guess, Titanfall, which is good. Like, Titanfall was good, and I think Vince is okay. I don't know anything about him, but like, it's not DICE anymore. So whatever happens next with Battlefield, who fucking knows what it's gonna be? I don't know. But Battlefield as it used to exist, that's gone. It's just gone. Shit like that happens all the time. All the time. This is unrelated, but since Fortnite found its success, it has changed the gaming landscape for the worse. Like Forza Horizon 5 has more clothing and emotes than cars, but for a game that prides itself on the car roster is unfortunate. Yeah. That's games as a service. I don't know if this is the sort of thing people normally talk about on streams, or if there's like there's a reason people usually don't. I don't know if that's common, but like, games as a service is fucking wild. It's done that a lot. I think it has value in some types of games, but I think for a lot of them it's just not necessary. And I think right now a lot of developers are basically playing around with the idea of like live service games and trying to figure out what it works for and what it doesn't. Oh, there he goes. Yeah, it's a shame. One thing that was a really nice breath of fresh air with like Red Dead Redemption 2 and what's another game where this was? I feel like every game is just trying to get some like monetization to it. Far Cry 6 has a bunch of... Honestly, we could talk about this a lot if I play Far Cry 6, but there's a lot of aspects to it that have like that are literally designed for monetization. Like they have this whole system in that game where they've got unique weapons with unique aesthetics and like bonuses that like, I think the whole reason they reworked the entire gun system in that game to be a lot more goofy and like looty was so that they could make it so that they can make unique weapons that are locked behind like I was gonna mention Far Cry 6, yeah. It's so that they could lock guns behind all those fucking... They could lock guns behind like those like little gameplay elements that you have to pay for, like so that you could get like a, I don't know, like buy like a season where they add like a bunch of content. And I don't know, I feel like we're really starting to see what the limits of live service games are, because now people are like primed to like think about them in certain ways. Like you might look at how else would I put this? You can look at, like, if you look at The Division's weird. They have a live service thing where they have seasons, and in those seasons, what they do is that every season they'll add a manhunt, which means that there's a guy you have to hunt down, and then you have to kill his 3 lieutenants, and then then you find the guy, and then the guy has like a special mission attached to him that you go and do. And this is all story content that's permanently missable. So things get, like, some big things could happen for The Division, like, oh, Fei Lao is now a bad guy, you have to go kill her, and that's literally tied to the manhunt system, and then if you don't do the manhunt for this season, she is gone forever, and you won't ever get context again, because you missed the season where it is. It's the FOMO shit. That's upsetting. Like they've just like a lot of what makes live service games work is that they the Revelator. Oh god, we got missions just getting thrown at me. I'm an important guy these days. I guess we'll do the Revelator, because that sounds cool. But anyway, as I said before, it just feels like games are being built for live service nowadays, which makes it feel like they're just not complete, like ever. Like there's this they have to. One issue I have with live service games is that I don't think you can write a story. I don't think you can write like a fully. I don't think you can write like a fully encapsulate like complete whole story and also have live service going on unless you do it in like a particular way, because. That's how Forza Horizon 5 works. They removed a bunch of cars since the last release so they can drip feed them back. Now locked behind weekly challenges. Oh, ew, ew, ew. Oh, that's nasty. Oh, my condolences. Jesus Christ. No, but there's a... Yeah, I don't like live service games. It makes sense for PvP stuff. So I think it makes sense for like Overwatch or like Apex or like League of Legends. League of Legends has done it just fine. I have a problem with it when they start putting them into like single player games or other things like that. And I guess part of the reason is because these companies really want live service games because they're like infinite money forever pretty much if you can get them to work right. And that means you can develop this game forever, and the game lasts longer, so you can get money from it for longer periods of time. But it also means that like new games don't get developed as frequently. It sucks for the consumer. Like new games don't get developed as frequently. New games don't get developed as frequently because they're putting more resources towards maintaining these old games. Like they don't like the stories don't ever end because they need to have some endless situation where they can keep adding seasons. They need to keep adding seasons or whatever so that like the game never ends. Like, you know, Destiny 2, Destiny's whole like lore is built so that they can just keep making new shit for you to fight forever. Like all of the factions in that game are designed lore-wise to just be infinite pretty much. So that way they can keep making more and more and more and more enemies forever and ever and ever and ever and ever until they eventually decide to just kill the whole game. Division also, the apocalypse is never going to get solved. It's never going to get solved. Like there's going to be more. There's an infinite amount of Black Tusk. There's an infinite amount of True Sons. There's an infinite amount of like rogue agents. Like it's gone from, oh yeah, the Division's like a handful of very competent, very highly trained individuals with unique gadgets to like, oh yeah, the Divisions, there's like 1,000 of them, just all up and down the East Coast, I guess. They're everywhere because there's so many of them. Because you keep fighting the fuckers. Whenever there's like a new season that comes out, like they just keep popping up, and it just it keeps going until you get tired of it. It doesn't end when it's like it doesn't end when it's supposed to end. It doesn't end when it's okay to end. It ends when it's like when like the story would demand that it ends. It just ends when you get tired of it, because they're not going to end it manually. They're not going to say, yeah, we're going to turn off the money faucet now. They're just going to keep going. And this isn't new, MMOs were always like that, but it's like, I just don't like it. I don't like that people are trying to put it into like single player games, and I think it's also part of the reason why it feels like games aren't coming out as much recently. Because it's like, you have to, like, it's been, what are the shooters that you play? Do single player shooters come out as much anymore? I feel like if it's like, oh, you want to play a shooter, play Valorant or Apex, I feel like it's been like that forever. Like, Far Cry 6 came out, and it's like, oh yeah, no, we completely changed the gameplay, and we also made it so, we completely changed the gameplay, and we added seasons to this game so that we can make, like, little missions for you to go and do if you wanted to unlock special, like, equipment. And I guess that's not too bad, but it's like, the fact that the game's built around it, like, caused more problems than it's worth, I think, because they also made it so that you can't just have a gun and use the gun and have that be enough. They wanted to make it so that all the guns have to have, like, special properties. Like, oh, you need to have a gun that shoots poison. We've got the super special gun that shoots poison. Ooh, do you want to use it? It's orange. It's got a unique paint job and a name and all that whole thing. I don't know. It'll be a nice little breath of fresh air when God of War comes out, I guess, because then it'll be like. What's coming? The need to wind back to Far Cry 2's simplicity. Dude, I miss when you just buy a game for $60 and that was the game. Instead, you have to buy an obligation. I feel like this isn't going the way it's supposed to be going. That is a big truck, god damn. Well, that didn't work. Oh, that worked. 2 remote explosives, that's all it takes. You okay, buddy? Damn, that was really hard. That was really tough. You see that? I'm glad we managed to. I'm glad we managed to beat that monster. Yeah, live service games. That's how it is. I yearn back to when times were simpler, when things were better. Improve our melee weapons. Those seem to be pretty fun right now. Oy vey. What are we doing next? We could do the Death Wish, but we're coming up towards the end of this this region's little resistance gauge. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do the Cattle Company thing. Descend to C. Noted. This is very cowboy what I'm doing right now. Operating a helicopter, just like they used to do back in 1880. Easy. You just gotta hit the alarms first, and then you're good to go. The game score and soundtrack was really impressive. This game's soundtrack is really good. I think another problem a lot of games have nowadays is that there's certain they're getting too big, you know, or like the stuff that they try to do with games these days is a little too big. Like it's like they keep getting bigger, like the maps keep getting bigger and the graphics keep getting better, which in turn fuels the whole like need to upgrade your computer equipment every fucking 2 years to keep up with what's going on, and the graphics keep looking better, but like I don't think the games are getting better, you know? Like, it's not like gameplay's getting more interesting, or like, it's not like gameplay's getting more interesting, or like the ideas are getting more creative. It's just, that's pretty much the same as it always was. I remember the helicopter missions in RDR2. Yeah, absolutely. I remember when Arthur boarded the Apache and then took out a whole crew of, like, Lemoyne Raiders. Absolutely. Quantity over quality, yeah. The deal is, I think, my theory mentally is that the reason why that is that you can throw money at a game to make it bigger or get more graphics, but you can't throw money at a game to make it more creative. Because if you wanted to foster better ideas in a game, that would require you to do things that wouldn't be good for business. Like you'd have to like curate more talent. You'd have to keep people even if they had ideas that were like controversial. You'd have to I don't know. I feel like it just wouldn't happen. I don't know. It's my. I feel like there's a lot. The Duchess' plan was to get a heli to escape the Pinkertons. Yeah. Just gonna need to get a little money. Gonna get a little helicopter, and then we're gonna fly ourselves to Tahiti. Arthur, I'm gonna need you to capture the airport. What else do we have in the journal? Hit the gas. Death Wish, Hope County Jail. These two are just the other two regions. Hit the gases. We can do that right now, I think. Capture tanker trucks. Oh, that's different. I thought I was just gonna have to blow them up. Is that an enemy? This guy's in trouble. Oh, there he goes. Let's see that explosion from up here. She's got a nice view. Down she goes. Majestic. One thing about games, though, is I try to remain cautiously optimistic. Like, if a game's about to come out, I try to be like, alright, let's try this and see where it is. And then if it's bad, it's bad. I try not to pay money for it, but if it's good, hey, not all bad. I do think there's plenty. I do think there are games coming out nowadays that are still good. Like despite how everyone was complaining about the monetization, I still had a lot of fun with Overwatch 2. So, like, I try not. I know I complain a lot, and it can seem very doom and gloom, but I still remember. I still really like video games, and I'm still excited for things to come. Like, despite everything I just said, and despite how shit Activision is, I still really want to play Modern Warfare 2. Fuck, that's a really shitty thing to say, actually, because they just got... I think Activision Blizzard just got sued again for sexual harassment, so maybe I shouldn't say that. I don't know, I'm not sure how much playing Call of Duty contributes to that whole thing, because I didn't play the last two. I don't know. There's a whole sense of, like, being responsible as a consumer that people have been trying to bring out into video games, and I'm not sure how much it's worth. I haven't been keeping up with any upcoming releases because of work and other obligations. That's how it happens. That's being an adult. I don't know. Don't feel too obligated to is all I can say about that. I've been pretty busy too, so I don't. Sometimes something will pop out and everyone will be like, "This is the hottest thing ever," and then I'll play it and I'll be like, "Eh." That's one reason why the whole like love of esports and all that has been kind of working against me, just because like I'm busy, and a lot of games nowadays. What like multiplayer games really aspire for nowadays is to be that game that people just grind and grind and grind and grind to try to get better at. Like Apex and Valorant and League and Overwatch and all that. Like whenever something new hits the table, although it's been a while since that happened, it's always been like it's like that was always the goal, just to like make something really like intense that'll get people to go super hard for it. $1,000 to refill all ammo. Oh, I'm out of bombs. That's a problem. But the problem is that like if you're like me, you can only play games like at most 1 or 2 hours like during the weekday, and then like your weekend's your big chance to do it. You can't keep up with a lot of the kids or streamers that are like really just absolutely decimating people online on those games, unless you've got like a lot of really good natural talent. That convoy not destroyed yet. They had the jack up pot with GTA Online. GTA Online was shit too. That was annoying. Like, I'm not sure how you feel about it, but I thought GTA Online was really bad. I really didn't like it, because I thought the game had a really big issue with like the whole. That's why I can't play online shooters in serial. Yeah. That game was always GTA Online always had like an issue, like with me at least, because like it felt like they just kept like adding more shit for you to like get a ridiculous amount of money to pay for, and then like I couldn't do any of the heists because their matchmaking system was really crap. And then like every time I was trying to explore around in like the main overworld, I played it when it came out, but then it got bloated. Oh yeah, it got bloated. But like every time I would play out in the open world, I get caught. Like some cheater would like fuck me up, or like some guy would have one of those things you could download that just tells everyone what their IP is. So some like kid who downloaded something would try to scare me and be like, "Oh, how's the weather over in?" And then he'd like name the town I lived in, and then I'd be like, "Okay, you know what? I don't want to deal with this." It wasn't as bad on console, because obviously you can't really mod on console, but it was still annoying. The convoy somewhere around here, but like they aren't telling me where the thing I still need to destroy is. Like it's somewhere around here, but I don't know what it is. I don't know if there's a guy like stuck somewhere that hasn't exploded yet. It might be buggy. That's another problem. Okay, whatever. Well, we'll just reset. We'll just reset. That was on purpose. Don't, like, trust me, that was on purpose. Yeah, that's crazy how that happens. I still don't have any bombs, that's adorable. There's 2 more tankers. You have to blow up the whole convoy. Okay, you have to blow up the trucks escorting them too, and I think that's a little silly. I got the tanker. That's the important part, right? That's what we actually care about. Come on. I think someone like using a 1911 with one hand in his truck just hit me like while I'm flying in this plane. That doesn't make any sense. Oh dear. All right, I hit a plane. I hit a tree, but that's okay. We are fine. I'm not lined up right. Whatever. You know what? Can I fucking no, I have to do this. I hate flying. Nice job. Let's try that again. What the fuck was that? I don't know, dude. I hit a tree, I think. Can I like stop? I don't want to look at John's face anymore. Can you just like get him out of here? Thank you. I need to fail at flying a plane 2 more times before they properly let me embrace death like I should. I wish strafing was a little more effective. I'm pretty sure if you shot bullets like the size that tend to come out of planes at these guys, they just die like on. God damn it. This is hard. This is hard without bombs. Without my $250 bombs. I've got 1, but I want to save that for the other one. Okay, that one's gone. That one's good. We can get the other one. We can bomb the other one, and then we're done. We're done for today. We can go home and eat pancakes like we ought to. Ubisoft's drawing and flying is absolutely... I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. Maybe I just don't know what good is because I never play racing games. That might be it. I don't know. This isn't terrible, but I think the precision you need for the machine gun's a bit much. I definitely prefer being on foot in this game specifically. Actually, I prefer being on foot in general. I just don't like driving or flying in games. I like just running around and doing things on my own. One thing I don't like about Far Cry 6 is that they added tanks. Like, the tanks are fun and all, but I don't like that. I don't like that you have to deal with tanks. I just never associated Far Cry with tanks ever. Okay, done so.
Sounds like the cult's got a recon helicopter in the
Oh, I have to do everything. The Resistance has pilots, don't they? Take out the engine. Ah. And the tank. I'm aware. It's just the reason I thought it's not that the tanks are hard to deal with. It was more the fact that they had. It was more the fact that tanks were in the game. Like you could drive them into like an outpost and take everyone out, and you're fine. Or you could like. You probably knew that. Yeah. They do tell you about that like in the game. My big issue is just that like I don't like if you're fighting an enemy that has tanks. It's just another thing that's just like, oh, this isn't the Far Cry I want, you know. I know, it's like, look, you can fight tanks. I'm like, I never wanted to fight tanks in Far Cry. That was never a thing I wanted. Like, I don't want you to add, like, mechanics that are in other games like Battlefield. I want Far Cry to remain unique.
Oh no! Call sent one of their chosen after you. They're like Eden's Gate Special Forces. They do not screw around. Be careful.
God, I hope the song isn't copyrighted. I don't know how this little fucking like boat plane is able to keep up with this thing. Far Cry 6's spawn rate, what the hell is that about? I don't remember what a spawn rate is like. Is it like ridiculous? How do I line this up right? He's going straight and I can't hit him because I'm bad. Okay, he's just going straight. Like, he's not even trying. Okay, I'm pretty sure machine guns and planes are a bit more accurate than this. Ace Combat, this is not. Christ alive. There he goes. Air raid completed. I think... Do we have enough? No, not quite. Outposts will sometimes populate while you're still in it after you've taken everyone out. What? What? That sounds like a bug, excuse me? That's weird. I guess we'll talk to Zip. Yeah, that's fucking weird. I can't imagine wiping out a whole, like, squad, like, a whole outpost of guys and then just, oh, they're back. It is, and they fixed it, but nothing changed. Oh, great. Yeah, that's another problem. I feel like another problem with live service games is that, like, or I guess just games nowadays, is that I feel like they've been getting buggier. I'm not sure if I'm wrong in that, because I did play Oblivion in New Vegas, and I'm aware that, like, you definitely still had buggy games in the past, but I feel like it's gotten worse. I don't know, maybe this is just because I'm still fresh from, I'm still pretty fresh from when, like Oversaw, you can't liberate then you can in every previous Far Cry. Wow, okay. I don't know, maybe I'll play Far Cry 6 just to see what it's about, but, like, I'm not sure how much fun that's gonna be. I might do it if I can't think of anything else. But I definitely think after Far Cry 5 I'm gonna need to take a break from Far Cry, because I've been, like, consecutively playing the whole series, pretty much. Oblivion is a throwback? Oblivion is so fucked, but it's so funny. Like, Oblivion was the original, or like, as far as I'm concerned, it was like the original, for me, like, crazy broken open world game with more bugs than you could possibly count in a lifetime. I don't know how this plane hasn't killed me yet. Skyrim never captivated me like Oblivion did. Teach their own. I think, yeah, Skyrim, something about it. I know everyone loves Skyrim, but Skyrim just kind of felt weird to me. Like, it was too basic. Maybe I just didn't get as deep into it as I could have, but something about Skyrim didn't quite catch me. Fallout, though, I was all over Fallout. Okay, I think that plane fucking crashed. Anyway, Zip. What's up, buddy? I don't think you're gonna take out a plane with that flamethrower, buddy. Still in conflict. This is still annoying. Come on. Come on. Please. Let me just start the mission, dude. I want to get this over with. Skyrim seemed too on rails somehow. I could see why you'd say that, yeah. I don't know, I felt like, Skyrim was one of those games where they kind of expected you to play it in a certain order, but, like, it was really not obvious. And they also had the whole, like, I don't know, I feel like they tried their best to make it as open as possible, because of, like, the progressive leveling system and all that. And then they, like, emphasized that you could just leave whenever, like, you felt like it for the main quest. Like, that's a thing that they definitely had.
This cult stinks, and you know I'm right. Say it at the same time as me. Go. We are slaves to the government.
My problem with Skyrim was that I felt like I had a million things to do, but for some reason I just wasn't interested in any of them, you know? Not really what I mean, but like basic, like you said, the wording escaped me.
Well, not anymore. You and me are gonna fuck the government.
I'm down to fuck the government.
Name's Zip Kupka. I'll explain on the way. Come on. Okay. Looks like we're walking. Get in. I'll drive.
Get in where?
World's not coming.
I think your truck exploded, buddy. Where are we going? Where are we going? Are we going to walk there? That's going to be agonizing.
To pull our attention away from what's really happening. This place is
Oh my god, I have to find this guy a truck because that plane blew up our vehicle.
Pesticides, genetically modified this, that, and the other. I did some digging round the stockyard up the ways and found barrels full of that brain-melting stuff. You know what I'm talking about. The bliss.
Yeah, like I said, conspiracy theories used to make me giggle. Now they really don't anymore. Fuck, is there a vehicle anywhere here, please?
I'd watch my step around this guy's house.
I don't think I see anything. Is one gonna spawn? Where are we going? Oh, cool. Nick does tours. Well, that makes a lot of sense, but, oh my god, he's actually going to walk the whole way. Oh, Jesus.
My scope feels off again.
There's what is it? Bethesda did that whole thing where they were talking about Starfield, and I think one thing that really not disturbed me, but like upset me was when they kind of went over Starfield looks like it's going to be an interesting game at least, and it'll be open and there'll be plenty of exploration, and I'm sure it'll be fun at a base level. But one thing that they did is that they showed off the skill trees. Well, Zip's not even moving anymore. That's great. One thing they did is that they showed off skill trees. This game was gorgeous. This game was gorgeous. I will agree. This game's very pretty. The one thing about Starfield that had me a little concerned was that they showed off the skill trees, and one of them was just like, you now do 10% more damage with assault rifles. And I was like, no, they're still doing that. No! Like, it's the worst way to do skill leveling for, like, a gun. It's like, oh yeah, everything about the gun is the same. It just, the numbers are just bigger. And I'm like, no, I don't want that. I want more interesting guns, and I want you to be able to use the guns in more interesting ways. Like, you leveling up guns in Fallout 3 and New Vegas were all about, like, it wasn't a... You didn't just do more damage. You, like, the guns had more stability. You could use more complicated... You could use more complex guns, and then, like, you'll get perks that would help you use certain ones in special ways. It's like, there's more to it than that. You don't just make the gun do more damage. That's the worst. It's the worst. I don't know, I feel like Bethesda needs to find someone to... I think Bethesda needs to, like, take another look at their RPG systems, because, like, Skyrim... What was it? Skyrim just feels very basic. Like, you just kind of run up and smack people, but then until you eventually realize that the best way to play the game is Stealth Archer. And then after that, it's just an archery game with some stealth mechanics, some very rough stealth mechanics. So like it's kind of I'm not too into it. And then you go through like all the archery skill, you go through the archery skill tree and all the trade. Like the first thing you do is just like, oh yeah, you do 20% more damage with bows. Yeehaw!
Sweet little angel. It's for the best.
Right in the ass. Oof. The animals are rebelling. God, this is sad. Gotta put him down. Oh God. Pork's no good. It's flowing. It's overflowing with the bliss.
Did you get them all? Nope. Still see some.
This is just upsetting. This isn't right. This isn't how this is supposed to go. Oh dear. That pig exploded. Cover Zip while he plants an explosive. I remember when Far Cry 3 came out, and then like people made a distressing amount of noise over that whole like it's like Skyrim with guns thing. So that I think Adam Kovic said. Like Skyrim with guns, and like I kind of got what he was going for, but it was really funny. I don't think that's gonna do much, buddy. Okay, whatever. I'll trust him. I guess he's an expert in social disruption, so I'll just take his word that's gonna be enough. That's messed up. Oh no. Oh no, the voice line's bugged. He's repeating himself. That's a good dog.
Here we go. These poor animals. This hits me right in the feels, partner.
Right in the feels, partner.
Today, I suppose we won the battle. Still, my heart is so broken.
Yeah, this was played for like comedy, but this does suck having to put down your own animals because like some cult decided to just do horrible things to them. Not great. You know, I said earlier that like I understand if you don't want politics in your games. What I mean is that if you like want to separate your leisure from like your political thought, like I can understand that. But like a lot of people, they say they don't want politics in video games, and what they actually mean is like really innocuous shit. And I don't really agree with that per se, because like if you look deep enough, there's politics everywhere, and if you don't want to see any of that, like you just want to press buttons and get dopamine. I don't really agree with that as much. It is so funny that he's a hunting rifle to down a plane in this game. Everything's got some politics to it, even Call of Duty. Like, especially Call of Duty, I'd argue. And if Call of Duty wants to make a statement, then fine, go ahead and make that statement. But just don't pretend like you're going to say something and then not say anything because you're scared. I appreciate these guys delivering a car to me. It's very nice of them. Getting mortared at now? Jesus Christ. This game's really funny because I feel like when you actually use a mortar, I think the idea is that you get like a heading or like a bearing or something, and then you fire, and then I think you use that to indicate whether to indicate like where you're supposed to fire. But in this game, they just kind of you have a scope that somehow provides you like an air view of whatever you're shooting at. Which, as we know, is just the peak of realism. Alright, whatever. It's in the fire, but I'm saving my dog. Come on, buddy. Ooh, I'm on fire. I guess we'll just do another zip mission, and I think that'll put us at the top of the gauge. I'm doing more missions than I thought I would be. It's taking a little longer than I expected. I don't know, I feel like the first 2 times I tried to play this game, I'd always miss a few missions just because I always triggered the story too fast. Maybe it wasn't as much of a problem in this region as it was in the other ones.
Honor their sacrifice, because history tells us that every great victory begins with tragedy. That's right. It's time to hit pay dirt. And where's that, you wonder? The old gold mine. That's where the government's getting the funding for this whole operation. Yeah, you thought it was closed. That's what the government told us. Who the fuck trusts the government? I'm telling you, it's all connected.
You could probably make a very good, like, realistic horror thriller type of game by having you, like, that just takes place entirely on, like, forums or whatever where conspiracy theorist shit is happening. And then maybe you could, like, direct people to do messed up stuff by, like, indicating certain things. Just as, like, a commentary on how easy it is to do that nowadays.
Kick the tires and fight the liars, baby. Woo! What? You waiting for me? Hell, I'm retiring. You saw what just happened. That shit was real fucked up.
Got a point.
Zip owns this place. He's got a bunch of land around here. He comes from old women.
Oh no, I saw the, what was it? I saw that one film, the Batman, the new Batman one, where I think this is a spoiler. The movie's actually relatively recent, so I understand if you hadn't seen it yet. Just let you know, this is a spoiler. But one way the Riddler kind of gets his people mobilized, especially on like a militaristic we're gonna go fight and shoot and kill people level, is that he goes on he goes on an underground live streaming sites and then just kind of rants with his own conspiracy theories, and then gets people to sort of agree. It's yeah, society's fucked up. We're gonna go kill the liars and take control over for ourselves and that whole thing, and he uses that to completely destabilize Gotham. He sets a really coordinated terrorist attack, and I feel that becoming more of a theme is interesting because it's very relevant to now, and I think it's I thought it was a really cool way to kind of bring that into a superhero movie that's admittedly a little goofier and probably doesn't talk. Probably doesn't go as hard on the theme, but I thought it was an interesting idea for an antagonist. I think it's worth noting about how that's definitely a part of the modern landscape, and how people get brought into doing crazy things like that. I wonder if Eden's Gate has a website, because every cult I've seen usually has a really innocuous website that doesn't actually say what they do. I had an apartment I used to live in. There was a apartment I used to live in had kept getting mail from someone who used to live there. And I inadvertently learned a few things about this person while I was staying there, because I would just get all their old mail, and I commented to the people that owned the apartment. I was like, yeah, so I'm getting old mail from this person. I don't know where they're going. I don't know if it's supposed to be redirected to them. And they're like, oh yeah, if I could contact the person that used to live there, I'll see if I can get them to redirect it. But that's kind of the most they can do. And that was interesting, because the stuff I was getting from them was the stuff I was getting for them was kind of mildly concerning. I got one of the things I got that was intended for the old tenant was a summons to do community service that was court mandated. So obviously they did something that wasn't very legal. And then went to court for it. But another thing I kept getting for them was fucking pamphlets and invitations and things from the fucking the Scientologist church. From the Church of Scientology. I kept getting shit from them because it was intended for the old tenant, because it was addressed to them, and I saw that and I was like, what was this person up to? I was so fucking confused. But yeah, well, the Church of Scientology, if you look at their materials, because I was curious what they were saying to people, it was really just a bunch of. Only one of them was actually aligned towards their religion. Most of the other pamphlets were just trying to get you in their facility, oh hey, we're having a brunch night. Come over if you want some food. Where it's free, or maybe not free, but it's a good deal. We've got a partnership with this group, and there'll be a picture of some burgers or whatever. And they're come meet us for this thing. And it was weird because there was no mention of what their beliefs were, you'd expect, but it was just kind of a sort of come meet with us sort of situation. But we did get one little brochure that kind of listed what they believed in, and it was just a bunch of nonsense. They kept referencing quantum science or things they kept mentioning quantum physics and things like that, and they were using words that didn't really make a whole lot of sense. I don't remember too much of it, but it was basically a lot of bullshit that made it sound like they knew there was some big scientific quantum level thing going on with the world and the universe, and that there was a plan and only they knew about it. There was no mention of Xenu or any of the other crazy shit that they actually believe in, but they kind of implied that they had an idea of what was going on, and they just wanted you to come over and meet them and talk about it. Presumably so that they could get your donations or whatever. And that's more what a cult is. It's not this. there's more hiding in plain sight shit and like currying favor with like the rich and powerful and human trafficking and all that. I'll just patch up these 50 caliber bullet holes. I gotcha, I gotcha. No man left behind, right? That's what they say. Yeah, we'll just let Grace take care of all that. Excuse me, buddy. That's my bomb. I'd appreciate if you kept your hands off of it. There's like a couple more dudes, right? They're throwing a lot of men at me. This is a lot of resources you guys are putting towards this gold mine that you're not even mining out of. Let's focus on the guy that's defusing. Can you defuse C4? What do you have to do? Can you just like pull it off and throw it somewhere? Yeah, you guys better leave. You want to keep praising the Father, you better fucking go. Nice. Yep, just a sweaty cowboy and a sweaty reprobate without a shirt. Yep, that's who the government's afraid of.
I've gathered all your friends here in Falls End to atone for your sins. You're welcome to join us. After all, if it weren't for you, they wouldn't be in this predicament. This is your last chance to say yes, Deputy. Don't be late.
Okay, so this is the last resistance mission for Holland Valley, and John has acquired some of our people. So John's acquired some of our people, and he has captured most of our resistance leaders in Falls End. He just kind of walked in and did it, I guess. And we should probably go over there and take care of that. It's kind of important. Okay, right, video games. I'm like really hesitant sometimes because I can rant about games for a really long period of time, but I'm not sure if that's like interesting. I don't know. I've got a lot of misgivings when it comes to this shit, this whole streaming thing. I've been at this for like a few months, but like I still don't know what I should be talking about. And like I want to be heard, obviously, but there's like a time and a place for every conversation, and I'm not sure if this is the best medium for it. I don't know if anyone out there is watching this and like feels like it's like, oh yeah, I like it when he talks about this, or maybe I'm not so interested and I kind of wish he'd talk about something else. I'd appreciate if like, you know, you guys let me know. Fucking Christ, that caught me. Alright, hey Grace, Boomer, one of y'all, could you come over here and help me out? I did an oopsie. I blew myself up with a brick of plastic explosive. Oh, nice, you brought a car too. Are you gonna... Grace, can you... She just sat there and watched me die. Cool. Cool. Like I said, the AI in this game is really... Sometimes it's here, sometimes it's there, sometimes it doesn't do anything. It's really inconsistent.
The guy who lives here loves explosives. Rumor is the place is a mob field.
Honestly, fucking, I don't know why I keep trying to get over there manually. I can just fast travel to Falls End. Like, that's the easier way to do it. Okay, so yeah, everything's boarded up, no one's available. We're just gonna wander in here.
They don't look like much, but it's home, you know?
Alright, so I'm just gonna hope you guys remember something. So one of the this is actually really neat, all the crows like nailed and like stapled along the entry, and like the petals on the ground like leading up to this is a cool image. I like this a lot. However, one thing I mentioned, I probably would have mentioned this if I actually managed to get through Max Payne without my computer catching on fire, but one of my least favorite tropes in games is when the protagonist is suddenly disabled and like kidnapped. That obviously that happens a shit ton in this game. But there's one because it annoys me so much. I've taken notice of like some of the tropes that are associated with it, and one of them is the old classic. It's in like every Call of Duty, it's in Max Payne, it's in like every shooter that there's ever been, and it's like, oh, we need to completely knock out the protagonist and render them like helpless. How are we gonna do that? They're gonna walk in through a door, wait for it, and then they get hit in the face with the stock of a gun. Every time. Every time. Even happens in Resident Evil Village. So yeah, you're unconscious long enough for John to give you a sick tat.
Supposed to say wrath, not rat.
I don't know. I am pretty ratty.
Sin must be exposed so it may be resolved. If we hide our sin, we hide ourselves.
John's way too into doing this.
Longer. Your true self spill out on this floor for all to see.
Bro, where'd your coat go? It was like the best part of your character. You just don't wear it anymore. It's so lame.
Perfect.
I don't even know how they got Nick over here.
Bring the mountain to Muhammad.
He's been in a plane like ever since I got him like an hour ago. I like how he already like mutilated and stripped like the pastor and Nick, but May's just fine. Yeah, they just bumped it. They broke her nose or something. I guess that's still pretty bad.
We are gathered here to bear witness.
Okay, now her nose is definitely broken now.
Let's try that again.
This cutscene's actually pretty good. I like that when they knock down the pastor, like they show him like grabbing the other Bible, and because it looks so similar to the other one, they like that's what like they don't notice.
To those willing to atone for their sins.
Will you, Nick Rye, place your hand upon the word of Joseph?
Will you, Nick Rye?
Oh, fuck that. No. I ain't never given in to that psychopath.
There it is. Greed. Always thinking of yourself.
Good one. You've got tuberculosis now, John. Average day at church, yeah. Yeah, this is just first communion. You know how it is. a little more intense than than other churches, but you know, it gets the point across. I assume that was John, like, informing Nick that they have his family or something. That's what he whispers into his ear. Ew. That's a moist-looking jerky he's got there.
Take away your sins.
And just fucking staples it to a random post.
To set you free.
Dude, it must smell awful in here. John's just gotta relax. You know, he just, yes! Yes! Oh!
Will you, Deputy, place your hand upon the word of Joseph?
Will you, Deputy, place your hand upon the word of Joseph?
And renounce your sins and admit your transgressions.
And renounce your sins and admit your transgressions. Say yes.
It's just one word.
So you can wait this out. You can wait this out, but it doesn't really change the end result because, yeah, and then that misses, so you don't get to kill John right. You pop his ear at least, I guess. But it does give you an opportunity to like go. I like that cutscene. I like how that detail where you can see that the pastor keeps a revolver in his Bible like becomes it's shown to you multiple times, and it comes through there, which I actually really I quite like. Let's get out of here. Oh, I have to secure the church. Hang on. My bad. Let's go. Come on. Let me at him.
Come on, deputy, let's go.
I'm in the truck's turret. I'm in it. Are you? You're not in the truck. What is this? Get over here. You lied to me. I'm in the truck already. Stop yelling at me. You're the one that's fucking dragging her feet. Are we going? Thank you. Christ. I feel like these games get less stable when I stream while I'm playing them for some reason. Alright, cool. They're dead. I think I shot a teammate on accident. Now the resistance is mad at me. Now we're good. That friendly? That's not friendly. What tires? Oh, those. I thought she was talking about the plane. The tires? That thing's in the air. Oh, now you notice the plane. Hey Mary, you might have to dodge a bomb in a second. Just heads up. I know. Plane part 2. First one gave up. Nice. I'm aware. I'm waiting for him to come around. I think I got him. Yes, I did. Dude, the trees in this game are so solid. Like, an entire plane will crash into them, they'll just bounce off. Just an entire plane crashes into a tree, and the tree just doesn't give a shit. It's not even that any leaves get popped off of it or anything. It just stands like a stone. This game had basic bullet physics, which I really enjoyed. Yeah, actually, I like the bullet physics. I like that you actually had to lead people a bit if they're running at you. It felt pretty good. Are you giving me a side mission while I'm doing like the final thing for this level? May! I like how you capturing this little outpost doesn't change anything. Doesn't change anything about the fact that it's still full of like cultists. Alright, Nick informs you that he's available, so you can 100% grab him. First time I played... You ever play Ghost Recon Wildlands? I tried, I did not like it. Hey, where is he? Yeah, I'm the angry guy here. Sure, John. Where is he? Wait, I have the thing. I have the thing tracked, don't I? Track that. I thought I did. Okay, there he is. Oh, I still play it on occasion. I just didn't like the way it felt. It's, I don't know, I wasn't really into it. I don't know. It didn't really grab me. Maybe it opens up later, but there's something about the whole... I think maybe what it was is that at the time I had just gotten kind of tired of the whole... I got tired of the whole, what is it? Oh, he's dodging these missiles. I got tired of that whole deal where you, like, just the really big open world that... What the fuck? What was that? Did he just snipe me out of the fucking air? What was that? He doesn't even have a gun on the back of that plane. What the hell? I don't know. Whatever. Ghost Recon Wildlands was like the shooting and movement felt extremely stiff, and I just wasn't into it. I also don't like I guess Ghost Recon's really cool because like you can like line up like the whole like the synchronized shot and all that, but I don't know. It wasn't grabbing me. I just wasn't in the mood to play a really big, like, open-world game where, like, you play as a big, fucking dumb soldier man. I just wasn't in the mood, I guess. Oh, is that what happened? Did I go out of bounds? Is that what they fucking why they fucking exploded me? No, never mind. They just fucking respawn. This game's silly. I think the world of Wildlands is still the top 3 for me of open worlds. Okay. That's good to hear. Did it crash? Oh, there it goes. What happens if I run him over in midair? Oh, I just phased right through him. Cool. Hit him while he's parachuting down. Dude, I ran through him with a plane. I'm not sure what else I could do to the man. They changed this? Hey, buddy. Welcome to my arms. I caught you. Oh, there he goes. I don't get it. Back into my arms, John. Wow, this is really ironic. Anywho, into the mud. How you doing, buddy? This is ironic.
What if Joseph is right? Did you ever stop to think about?
I hate this. I hate that this is like the clincher. Like, oh, what if he was right? I don't care.
This world is on the brink.
You think I give a shit? What if he's right? What if the world's ending? And this is the one thing the cult has going for it the entire fucking game. Oh, look who's in charge. Look at the headlines. Well, look at the headlines. I don't fucking I didn't think the world was ending when this game came out. I thought things were getting bad, but I didn't think it was the fucking apocalypse. This was before COVID, by the way. Like, come on.
You don't believe? You don't care?
And John's just like, what if he's right? What if the apocalypse is happening? That's why it's okay for me to carve like words into people's chests and then peel their skin off. That's why it's okay for Faith to forcefully drug people into their mind-controlled slave creatures. That's why it's okay for Jacob to feed people to wolves, because the apocalypse is coming. It's all justified, right? No, it's not. If you kill the people anyway, what does it matter to them that the apocalypse is coming? Like, I don't fucking know what the point is. And they always treat, like, the story, because of how, the way the story ends, it treats it as, like, it's this big cincher. It's like, oh, you were wrong, Joseph C. was right. And I was like, I don't care if he's right. I don't know. That's my big, like, gripe with this game, especially since, like, a lot of people are like, oh, yeah, the ending was super, like, audacious and, like, super bold and, like, yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, no, it wasn't. It was a dumb fucking gotcha. Like, a gotcha moment that they just fucking pulled out of their goddamn ass. I hated it. I think now's the time to go shopping, Dutch. Hope you drive better than you shoot. Oh, that was a joke, okay. I forgot that was a line that she says every time she hops into a car. Alright, Nick, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave me be, because I cannot take you into a bunker with me. Get that health boost. Go back to your family, man. First time I played this game, I don't know if they patched it so that it didn't happen anymore, but the first time I played this game, Nick caught up to John and just completely destroyed his plane in like one like burst of machine gun fire. It was really funny. I wasn't even I hadn't even shot at John yet. Nick just came up and just brrr, and then John was immediately going down. It was beautiful. It was like poetry. I think one thing Far Cry 5 is like a victim of is that like it felt like Ubisoft just kind of kept focusing more and more on villains and less on stories. Like it's more about how do we make a villain that's really important and cool, and that's like all they put. That's all they put their time into. Like in Far Cry 5, the game is so in love with its own antagonist, it's afraid to say, it's afraid to like present him as wrong. It's weird. And then Far Cry 6 isn't much better because they got it's Castillo. They got fucking Giancarlo Esposito. It happened again. I don't get how shooting the frame of your car with the revolver blows up the car. Like, this is weird, isn't it? I don't know. Boomer's got me. Come on, buddy. They have me? Oh, hell yeah. Grace is gone because she exploded, but Boomer's got me. Anywho, like they got Giancarlo Esposito, who's a very good bad guy, to play God Emperor Castillo in Far Cry 6, and like, I don't know, it's just kind of lame, because I also felt like Danny didn't really have much of a personality, so I wasn't really feeling that. And then like then there's the whole deal where like yeah, these guys just don't care. Oh, I should have gotten hang on. I need to move. I need to find some more cover. I should not have I should have gotten some more med kits. That probably would have made this a little bit easier. Oh, whatever. Yeah, the 44 just isn't good enough against the Chosen. Okay, whatever, I'm fine. I'm cool. I'm good. I feel like if I play Far Cry 6, I'm just gonna keep talking about all the ideas they had for the game and how I hate all of them. Like, I don't like the giant backpacks, I don't like the cobbled together fucking resolver weapons, I don't like all the goofy little side missions. It's just not my thing. This guy's about to fuck me up. Oh, I could have taken him down. God damn it. Actually, no. What am I doing? I do have a close range weapon. I don't need a shotgun. I've got a fucking shovel. I should have been using that. I'm stupid. That's the best part of this game. I'm fucking stupid. Hang on. I need to do this right. Oh, they dumped me back. Where did my shovels go? Oh my god, they're gone. This game's confusing. Sometimes weapons will just be missing. I really wish I had a shovel, because that's like the only way to really quickly take out a heavy in this game. You can throw a shovel at their head and that actually just kills them immediately. God damn it. Ugh. Boomer got me? No, Boomer does not have me. And Grace is still down because my car randomly exploded. I love this game. My shovels are missing, even though I didn't use them. Grace is gone because shooting the inside of the frame of a car causes the engine to explode. And I got teleported back here because the checkpoint didn't save after the first group of guys I killed. I'm having a great time. Having a great time. Just loop around, catch the top, get the top first, and then work my way down. I know, I'm sad. I'm a sad boy. Can I ledge take down this guy? Oh, hell yeah. There he goes. Oh, there's another one! Wait, I didn't know there were two. Where did he come from? He wasn't there last time. I swear there was only one heavy the first time. What is that? Oh god, I'm stalling because I'm bad. Oh dear. This isn't good. I have to keep looking at John's face every time he dies. That's the real insult. One more time. Oh, is this the one where you get locked in the final room of the bunker waiting for the chopper? I was stuck there for ages, about to throw my controller through the TV. Yeah. There are definitely a couple parts of this game that are genuine, like actually tough. It's weird. There's like such a gap between how hard the regular enemies are to how hard like the chosen with the heavy guys are. God damn it! I fucking killed myself again. The heavies are the hardest part for me. Like I don't have an easy way to deal with them. I don't think you should lick me there, Boomer, but whatever. I don't know, maybe I should be somewhere with cover. Maybe that's a smart thing. Boomer's down. That's not great. Still don't have a med kit because I keep forgetting to grab new ones. And for some reason they took out the thing. Can't use explosives? Fuck, you're right. I should use remote explosives. Sorry, this happens to me all the time when I play shooters. I like forget about all the tools I have on hand because I'm like too focused on the gun thing. That was a big problem for me in Doom Eternal, was the fact that like I kept forgetting about all the tools I had available, so I was just like, why am I running out of bullets? Spam heats of explosives in the room at the start. Yeah, that's probably smart. Do 45-70 rounds. Okay, remote explosives. Sorry, Boomer, you're going down with the ship. These guys can shoot with their mortars way too fucking fast. This game still has that issue with the takedowns where it's kind of random whether or not you can get someone with them. It's like, what's the criteria? When is an enemy surprised and when is an enemy not surprised? I don't fucking know, dude. Sometimes you'll look at someone and then like the takedown prompt will pop up for a millisecond and then it's gone. Like watch. Like it's there, it's there. Sometimes when you run around someone's cover you can do it, but sometimes you can't. Or what do I have? I do not have a shovel like I fucking deserve. Stuck here with a baseball bat like some kind of plebeian. I don't have a king's weapon. How am I supposed to bury my enemies if I don't have a shovel to kill them with? I just put the Steam on the Xbox and it's about 7 to 8 seconds ahead of my phone. Oh. That's weird. Oh, you're still alive. Get a couple more for you. Okay, there we go. I think we actually got a checkpoint that time, which is nice. Yeah, Twitch is weird. Sometimes you'll hop from one computer to like the phone, and then like one of them's way ahead of the other one, and I'm not really sure how that works. Wonky time. You're blind, motherfucker. It happened again. You're looking in the wrong direction. God, I love the melee system in this game. It's so dumb. Halo Webs are such a good addition. Yeah, it was. Absolute best thing that they added to this game. I love it so much. I thought it was kind of lame that people kept complaining about the bludgeoning weapons in this game. They're like, I miss having like a machete or something to stab guys with, and I'm like, but we got throwing shovels. Like, what else do you want? They gave me all I wanted. They gave me everything I needed, and that was the shovel javelin. Hudson, are you like blind or something? Like I understand the original attempt to stab me, but like the rest is a little. I don't know. She's gone through trauma, maybe not. Machete. I think the machete's cool, but like I wouldn't. Like I wish they like added machetes and the knives and such on top of the bludgeoning weapons for like an improved melee system. Or like a spear or something that you could throw. I don't know. If I recall correctly, I think Far Cry 6 did away with the melee system. I don't remember if they cooked it.
I thought I was gonna be down here forever.
Almost dies because he's a silent protect. You're right. You're right. It's the curse.
All because of him. Him. That fucking piece of shit. He would come down here, and he would just stand there and watch.
Yeah, just remember, like, they put, like, a degree of separation between Joseph and everything that's happening here, but he's 100% complicit in everything the cult does. So just remember, he's not a good guy. Far, far from being a good guy.
The others. Okay. There were other people down here with me. We are gonna get them out. And then we are gonna burn this whole fucking place down. Help me. Or stay out of my way.
Sure, tough girl.
Isn't there a town that needs saving? Come on.
I'm the one with the gun, so I think I can. She's got a shotgun. Maybe she could take it all on by herself, but you know, it wouldn't hurt to help her.
When it's this dark out, it's not good.
Where are we going? It's a shame you couldn't pick up like a map or something inside of these bunkers to just find out what's going on here. just to find out where all the cults like emplacements in a region were. I think that'd be a cool little addition. How do you know how to use this? This doesn't look very intuitive. But what are we waiting for? There we go. Whoa, that's a lot of guys. Oh my god. They just spawned next to me. Are you kidding me? I hate it when that happens. You wanna know one problem that the Division 2 had? One way that game creates difficulties by spawning guys behind you in a cover-based third-person shooter, which I always thought was outstandingly lame. We have to sit and watch her type at a computer for like half a minute again, don't we? God damn it. That was badass for a moment. Yeah, it was. It was cool until I got knocked down and completely incapacitated by one guy bumping me with a shotgun. I kind of wish that when enemies melee you, it just kind of bumped you backwards a little bit instead of completely knocking you on the floor and making you completely unable to shoot or do anything for like 15 seconds. It's probably not as long as that, but like it feels like a while. Feels like a while. Come on. Oh, that's right. If you hit an object or something that distracts the NPCs that got her out of that animation, that's what the problem was. All right, one more time. I'm holding right click. I don't know why I'm stuck throwing things. You threw dynamite in here? Okay, better. This time I saw the guys coming, so I knew what to do. I've acquired information through the ether. Leaving the mission zone. Where am I supposed to go?
It's gonna be okay.
No, no, don't block the doorway. Okay, thank you. I get fucking scared whenever an NPC blocks like my path through a door. Because I'm like, oh god, am I gonna be stuck here forever? Do I have to reload a checkpoint? You keep jerking me around here, Hudson. I don't like it.
Okay, keep an eye out. I just lowered a platform from the missile launch silo.
Platforming puzzle and my first-person shooter. The audacity. Where am I supposed to go? No, I'm supposed to go down there. Whoa, not what I wanted. Just run right off. There we go. He's unstoppable. If I can get these guys to creep around, maybe I can... Oh, gotcha, buddy. Oh, am I just... God, I got stuck in the animation. God damn it. I did not know the cover takedown took that long in this game. It's like really quick. The end of this mission bent me over so bad. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. But, yeah, no, the animation for the cover takedown's pretty quick and forced. So I wasn't expecting it to take that long. I tried doing this mission on hard, and it was actually hard, believe it or not. I got distracted for a second. There we go. Hang on. Dynamite. I think I just fold after getting punched once in the jaw. Incredible. Hudson, you need to relax. I'm one guy. You're asking a lot of me. It was best on hard, but then the on-rails missions are impossible. The outposts are okay on hard. The problem is that they throw so many enemies at you that the increased difficulty starts to get really weird. Like it doesn't feel balanced anymore. Like I said, I think one problem with this game is that the difference in power between the regular enemies and the Peggies is actually really, really like extreme. Like the regular guys just immediately die. Like if you hit them with any damage, but the Chosen are like bizarrely tough. Like if you fight a normal enemy, they go down in one shot with the 44 Magnum. But if you go up against a Chosen, it takes 3. When you're bound to a mountain gunner or anything, it's ridiculous. Yeah. That's the thing. The game's difficulty is really inconsistent. I agree with that.
Rook, keep climbing. When you get near the top, you'll come to a room where the cult stores all their fuel and bliss tanks.
Caution.
Well, 45 still one-shots him sometimes.
Danger.
That's it. Shoot the fuel tanks.
Fucking, what else do you want me to do? Shoot the fuel tanks.
Warning.
This is kind of funny. There's one I'm missing. There we go.
Get the fuck out of there! Now!
Yeah, this part of this part's kind of rough.
Fire in Section C.
I'm stuck here for a while. Yeah, it's the worst when they start popping out above you and then like sniping down at you while they're spawning enemies everywhere. Yeah, enemies start spawning above you. It's annoying. I think I'm fine. Any more enemies? There's a few. Get me out of here! Get me out of here! Okay, okay, we're good, we're good. Maybe I just... you're doing way better. No, I totally understand getting stuck here. You gotta keep an eye out for like where the enemies are spawning, that's it. Woo! I gotta say, it does get the bald eagle in my soul soaring when I see someone like raising like the American flag with the fireworks after you clear out the bunker. Just feels great. I feel like they got that part dead right. That part's just right. I love it.
Hey. Goddamn. I ain't never seen anything like that before.
I knew we saved you for a reason.
Hey. You gave us something back we thought we'd never have again. Hope. Whatever happens next, we're with you.
Hey. That was a hell of a job, Brooke. The way I see it.
Rolls eyes and Kiwi. Hey man. Hey man, I gotta take what I can get. Every time I open up the internet, there's people shitting on America left, right, and center. I take the W's. Oh, there he is. There's our man.
A seal has been opened.
You can tell he's distraught because he's shirtless.
My brother John was loved by few, feared by many, misunderstood by all.
The snot scene? That's not quite it. I think you have to kill. I think you have to kill all 3 of the lieutenants in order to get rewarded with this man's magnificent, like, RTX snot.
He was just a child when our family was torn apart. He was loving.
It's so funny that the snot scene made an impression on people.
He was easily preyed upon. John was not perfect. And sometimes he was not even good. But he was my brother. And those responsible for his death will be punished.
Fully rendered 4K snot.
I promise you that.
That snot has ray tracing. It's got triangles. It's got texture and physics. You gotta love it.
Great job, Deputy. You just did some serious damage to the cult's firepower. I'm talking irreversible. Cult's gonna be a lot more careful knowing they've been neutered. That ought to help the resistance. Way to show them.
I got a $400 region liberated bonus. Hell yeah.
Thanks a million.
Alright, we got a lot of money. Hang on, what are we gonna buy with these dollars, with this cash? How much do I need for... I need 4 levels of resistance in total from any of the 3 regions. I think I got 3 right now. Let's just buy this one. It's like Skyrim, but with snot. I love that. Ooh, we can get the brass knuckles. My punches are deadlier. I can make it pink. I'm good. I also get the spiked bat, so that'll be from here on out. That's gonna be my my other melee weapon. All right, radical. And we've got the shovel, which will be in the empty slot. There we go. All right, I just wasted a lot of money, but that's okay. How much does that perk cost with the extra? Okay, so we can get weapons collector once we get 9 perk points. So we'll do that next time. I think I've been streaming for 4 hours. That's not a small amount of time if you ask me. So with that said, I'm gonna let's get Spread Eagle into the screen for the send off. So that's today's stream of Far Cry 5. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you for sticking around. I will be back tomorrow with Final Fantasy 12 if anyone's interested, and this VOD will be going up on the YouTube channel. With that, yeah, and no, I don't really think there's much more to say about that. We're done with the Holland Valley, which is my favorite part of the game. Next up, we'll be going for Jacob's region, which is in the Whitetail Mountains. So look forward to that next week. Oh, we don't have time for that. I know what quest that is. But with that said, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I hope the week to come is pleasant on you. And with that said, yeah, no, that's all I have to say. So thank you once again for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye.